Chapter 100. As soon as Chu Feng got home, Wang Jing, who was taking a nap, noticed him. She immediately got up and came out with a face full of smiles. How was it? It was a pleasant surprise. The process was full of ups and downs. The plot was full of twists and turns, and the ending was just passable. Chu Feng said, "Speak human language." Wang Jing glared at him. Chu Feng seemed to be quite emotional. That girl is not bad. She's indeed very beautiful, but our ideals are a bit different. I think she will remember me for the rest of her life. Wang Jing was suspicious. That's so scary. She will remember you for the rest of her life? Did you do something to her? I'm warning you. Don't mess around. No, I wouldn't dare to do anything to such a fresh and refined girl. All right, the matchmaking mission is done. I'm still a bit hungry. I'm going to take a nap after lunch. Chu Feng ran into the kitchen. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Are you satisfied with that girl? Didn't you eat outside? Wang Jing chased after him. Chu Feng quickly finished his meal. Mom, don't worry. She's going to be a star soon. There's a generation gap between us. He was quite guilty. He ran back to his room and closed the door. He pretended to be dead. What's going on? That girl is going to be a star. How could she look down on my son? This is not right. Wang Jing was somewhat dissatisfied. She felt it was unfair for Chu Feng. Moreover, her son was a master among the mutants. He was not bad in this world. No, I have to ask my good sister if her niece's standards are too high and she looks down on her Xiao Feng. In the room, Chu Feng's ears were pricked up. He heard it clearly. He quickly opened the door and said, Mom, don't meddle in this. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Jing still got on the phone. What? Your niece doesn't even care about you? But our Chu Feng came back and said that your niece is going to be a star. Her standards are a bit too high. Ah, your niece said that our phone is a pervert? Impossible. I know my son very well. It's absolutely impossible. Why is Jiang Luoshan involved again? Are you saying that you want to be in the headlines with her? No, our Xiaofeng doesn't need this kind of hype. What? It's not a publicity stunt? What's going on? Chu Feng heard his mother talking to Xia Qinyu's aunt. He knew he couldn't stay in this house for the time being, so he got up quickly and ran away. I'm going to the Hollow Jade Temple to study the Xing Yi Fist. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Wang Jing to start contacting him. He didn't dare to pick up the first time, but the second, the third bombarded him. Chu Feng quickly picked up the call and spoke first. Mom, I'm telling you, I'm cultivating in the secret chamber of the Hollow Jade Temple. Don't disturb me, or I'll go berserk. Also, I won't be going home for the next 2 days. I want to comprehend an ancient martial art technique here. After saying that, he quickly hung up and set his communicator to silent mode, not picking up any more calls. At first, Wang Jing was shocked, but soon she was furious. What Qigong deviation? She already knew that the so-called dissimulated man practicing boxing was completely different from what was written in the novels. Brat, I'll wait for you to come home. On the other side, Xia Qinyu was really pissed off. That pervert had the nerve to tell his mother that they had different ideals, and that she was going to be a star soon because her standards were too high. She was going to die of anger. Luoshan, I'm telling you, that brat is too evil. He's the one who's complaining when he gets home. Such a big thing happened today, but he just played it down. He only said a few words about the twists and turns of the plot. He didn't even mention the evil things he did. Let me tell you, they live in Luoshan. Hurry up and find someone to investigate. Don't say anything. Just teach him a lesson first and let us vent our anger. Xia Qinyu told Jiang Luoshan all the information she had learned from her aunt. However, Jiang Luoshan still didn't know that Chu Feng and his family had already moved away. The shadow in her heart was boundless, and she didn't want to go on a blind date ever again. In the evening, on a street in Shantian. Evening newspaper, news headlines. Goddess has cheated, happy with man. Passers-by raised their eyebrows. What day and age was this? You guys don't know? Jiang Luoshan dated a mysterious man. This explosive news can't be found anywhere else, only in this evening newspaper. There was a commotion on the street. Jiang Luoshan had never had any negative news, but today she was caught on a date? There are only bits and pieces on the internet, because they have all been quickly deleted by others without leaving any traces. Only this evening newspaper in the country dares to report on it, shouted the newspaper seller. Obviously, this kind of publicity was very effective. Many people gathered around. I was wondering what kind of evening newspaper it was. So it belonged to evening newspaper. When it was first published, it boasted that it was the newspaper of the king. What has it become now? It's a wicked evening newspaper. It's all entertainment gossip, and they're trying their best to smear all kinds of people. Yeah, I remember they were the ones who smeared Jiang Luotian last time. They reported 3 articles in a row, and the topic was Jiang Luotian and Angel Ox's unspoken conversation. Yeah, this time they smeared Jiang Luotian again. The topic was Jiang Luotian and Angel Ox, saying that the mysterious man was Angel Ox. How shameless. Everyone looked at them with disdain. Even the newspaper seller was embarrassed. He also knew that this newspaper was too good at spouting nonsense, making groundless accusations, and reporting all kinds of nonsense. I remember last time, the evening newspaper wanted to report about the unspoken past between the white snake of Tying Mountain and the elder ape of Song Mountain. In the end, it alarmed the relevant departments, and they were almost banned. Let's go. Don't believe such unscrupulous newspapers. In the headquarters of Wang, the evening newspaper, the chief editor wanted to vomit blood. He had finally caught a big piece of news, but no one believed it. Of course, not everyone believed it. There were indeed people who posted pictures on the internet. Although they were deleted, there were still people who kept them and circulated them privately. Oh my God, it's really Jiang Luotian. Who is that scum? I want to kill him. Zhou Etienne was laughing nonstop. He had already downloaded the pictures that were circulating on the internet and saved them. When my epic-making drama comes out, this will be one of my trump cards. At that time, it will definitely become a sensational piece of news. For now, I'll let you guys keep it under wraps. When the time comes, I'll break the news, ha! Then he contacted the clairvoyant and clairaudient to confirm the situation. Director, you're looking for me? Ah, yes, there was such a thing. I was at the scene at the time. Ouyang Qing, the clairaudient, was excited when he mentioned this matter. In the end, he even said, I even personally took a wonderful picture of our boss capturing Jiang Luotian. If I really posted it, it would definitely cause a magnitude 12 earthquake. But I didn't dare to do it. I was afraid that our boss would kill me. Give me the picture. Remember, you really can't post it yourself. You have to wait until the time comes. Zhou Etienne communicated with the clairaudient. After seeing the picture, he was so excited that he almost fainted. After careful calculation, he had quite a few trump cards in his hands. When the time came, a wave of them would be like a tsunami. A few waves in a row would definitely cause an uproar. King Kong riding a pig, a goddess dating an ox king. He slowly composed and carefully thought about it. Jiang Luotian was having a headache. She knew that although she had deleted the pictures at the first moment and communicated with the uploader, there would definitely be trouble in the future. At the same time, she really wanted to blow up the Wang, the evening newspaper. It was fine if they said that she was dating a mysterious man, but they even wrote that she had an affair. It was too hateful. However, this evening newspaper had long lost its credibility. Not many people believed it, so the impact was not big. Chu Feng, male 179 centimeters tall, unmarried, born at the foot of the Taiyang Mountains in Qingyang town. Bodhi biogenetics was very efficient. The first thing they did was to send some basic information about Chu Feng to Jiang Luotian. Oh, he just graduated from university. That school is not bad. I remember that Linoy also graduated from that school. Jiang Luotian slowly flipped through the information. Chu Feng stayed in the Hollow Jade Temple for a long time. He did not go home at night. He wanted to spend the night here. He memorized the Fist manual and compared it with Chun Hai's manual. He found that there was not much difference between the two. The only difference was that Chun Hai's manual did not contain any of the 12 forms of crossing E. That was a secret. Chun Hai knew a little about it, but he did not know if it was the true inheritance. He had used the dragon, tiger, and bear forms, but unfortunately, he did not have the relevant ancient manual. The Hollow Jade Temple's manual recorded the snake, bear, and eagle forms. Chu Feng imprinted them in his mind. He repeatedly practiced in the manual. He got the hang of it very quickly. His movements were vigorous, and even the sound of thunder could be heard. In the end, he even let out an eagle's cry. He almost used the eagle form. Although the 12 forms of crossing looked simple, there were not many people who could really master it. Some old martial artists studied for a lifetime, and it was already good enough for them to master 1 or 2 forms. Someone once said that 1 form was enough to benefit one's whole life. If one could master all 12 forms, he or she would be invincible. Especially in this era, there were strange fruits and pollen that could promote the evolution of the body. To a martial artist, this was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity. Perhaps someone could master all 12 forms and push them to the highest level. Chu Feng had the demon ox boxing style, so he was very confident. It would be best if he could master all 12 forms, but he would not be too disappointed if he could not. Early in the morning, the old man Lu Tong personally came to see Chu Feng. His face was very serious. "What happened?" Chu Feng asked. "Go wash up and eat breakfast first. We'll talk when everyone is here." Finally, Yi Qingru, Chen Luoyan, Du Huaijin, and Ouyang Qing all arrived. The members of Chu Feng's team were all present. These people did not understand why the old man had summoned them with a gloomy face early in the morning. It was as if someone owed him $1 million. This was completely different from his usual smiling style. "Something big has happened," the old man said. He sat down in the conference room and projected the pictures on the screen. Immediately, everyone present was shocked. Ash Wolf King. It was not dead. It had appeared again. In the first picture, not even a blade of grass could be seen. It was a scorched land, and a huge wolf head was struggling to poke out of the ground. Its fur was peeling off, its skull cracked, and its fangs broken. However, it was still alive, struggling out of the ground with great difficulty. How is this possible? Didn't we kill it? The latest news is that it is still alive, the old man Lu Tong said in a low voice. This was absolutely terrible news. The only fortunate thing is that its injuries are too severe and its strength has declined greatly. It won't be able to escape this time. Lu Tong showed them the next few pictures. Everyone was shocked and deeply felt the tenacity of the Ash Wolf King's vitality. Only a small part of its body was attached to the back of the huge wolf head. Its front limbs were still intact, but its claws had all fallen off and were badly mangled. With a twist of its abdomen, it disappeared without a trace. Even so, it was still alive. There were even clearer pictures. One of its eyes was blind, and a small part of its skull had also been melted away. Since the peak is not here, we can send out mutants to kill it. The Hollow Jade Temple has decided to bring its head back as a warning to the world. The old man Lu Tong said solemnly. If they could cut off the Ash Wolf King's head and bring it back to Shantian, it would definitely serve as a great deterrent. No matter what, it is still a king-level entity. Ordinary mutants would only be throwing their lives away, the clairvoyant Du Huaijin said. This was a matter of life and death, so he didn't dare to joke around. Instead, he took this matter seriously. He didn't want to die in vain. It is the weakest of the Beast Kings, barely reaching that level. Now that it has suffered such heavy injuries, its strength is estimated to be less than 3% of its original strength, Lu Tong explained. That's still very dangerous. A Beast King with only 1/30th of its strength is still very frightening. Think about it. Can 30 of us defeat a single Beast King? The clairvoyant Ouyang Qing asked. He can. Lu Tong pointed at Chu Feng. Then, he added, this is a great opportunity. If you dare to go, we can give you a portion of the Ash Wolf King's blood. This shocked Chen Luoyan. Yi Qingruo's beautiful eyes lit up. The conditions were extremely tempting. Still not tempted? The blood of the Ash Wolf King is priceless. Who knows how many people want to get their hands on it? Every country wants to study it because it is highly likely that it can promote the evolution of living things. Moreover, Lu Tong informed them that the troops closest to the Anangzhou Plateau had already made their way there, swearing to cut off the Ash Wolf's head. It has entered the desolate mountains. It is not suitable for the military to go too deep. Communication signals are unstable there, Sometimes there is no signal at all, Lu Tong said. Boss, let's go. Let's go. We can evolve if we get the Ash Wolf King. Du Huijin was no longer calm. Yi Qingru also nodded. Although she was sexy and alluring, she was very bold at the crucial moment. She wanted to go to the Yunnan Plateau to kill the Ash Wolf King. When can we enter the pilgrimage grounds? Chen Luoyan asked. You guys are still not strong enough to ascend a mountain. If you recklessly enter, you will only die in vain. There is more than one beast king there. Lu Tong warned. All right, then let's go to the Yunnan Plateau first. Chen Luoyan also agreed. He wanted to become stronger and would not let go of any opportunity. I want to ask, what if we can't complete the mission? Chu Feng asked. Yes, there will be no punishment. Lu Tong nodded. Good, we can try. Chu Feng laughed. Chapter 101. The plane whizzed toward the south. It was obvious that this large passenger plane had been specially modified for the mutants heading toward the battlefield. The interior design was exquisite. Du Huijin was known as the clairvoyant. His eyes had been glowing ever since he boarded the plane. He was indeed a little excited. The cabin could be considered luxurious. It was equipped with a conference room and a dining room. It was completely different from the usual ones. There was also a theater, marble bathtub, and restroom. There was also an armory where all kinds of cold weapons and hot weapons that they might need for this trip were stored. There were also people specially assigned to maintain them. At this time, they stepped into the conference room. The room was spacious and the colors were warm. It even felt a little luxurious. The conference table and sofa were all pale gold. It gave off the feeling of a palace in the sky. There were people waiting here to introduce the Ash Wolf to Chu Feng's group. This trip was led by Chu Feng's group, but there were other people accompanying them to serve them. For example, there was a middle-aged man who was turning on a projector and introducing the Ash Wolf situation in detail, including its peak combat strength and its weakened health. He was very professional, and his words were clear and organized from beginning to end. It's a pity that the Ash Wolf wasn't at the center of the explosion. Even so, it lost half of its life. This was the most important reason why the Ash Wolf was able to survive. In addition, there was a crack in the ground. The Ash Wolf plunged into it and dug with all its might. It rushed all the way underground to avoid the terrifying temperature that its body couldn't bear. As for the radiation, it didn't affect it much. It hid underground for several days before it finally dared to show its head. In the end, it was captured by the detector placed there and alerted the military. This old wolf is really lucky. The clairaudient Ouyang Qing sighed. 2 nuclear bombs had been used in succession, but they still failed to kill it. It even managed to struggle and escape into the primordial mountains. Its vitality was extremely terrifying. However, it was somewhat reassuring to know that nuclear weapons could definitely kill a beast king. It only survived because it wasn't at the center of the explosion. Following that, a zoologist began to explain the habits of wolves. Even though this ash wolf seemed to have gained intelligence and couldn't be treated as an ordinary beast, it was still a wolf. Some of its instincts couldn't be changed. Soon after, the medical staff appeared and gave each of Chu Feng and the others a crystal bottle. Inside the bottle was a sparkling purple liquid with wisps of mist. This is a life-saving medicine. As long as the heart, skull, and other important parts are not severely damaged, drinking it can extend your life for a few hours while waiting for rescue. There's such a thing. Du Huijin was astonished and thickened his skin to ask for a few more. The effects were too powerful, and having one more was equivalent to having one more life. I'm sorry, the materials needed to refine this medicinal liquid are too rare. Currently, only a small amount has been developed. An old doctor said. This time, Chu Feng and the others' mission level was very high, so they were provided with this kind of potion. It was impossible for ordinary missions to be provided with it. Then, a person who understood the climate and geography of the Yunnan Plateau explained the environment there. At this point, whether it was Chu Feng, Yi Qingru, Chen Luoyan, or the others, they were all moved. They were relieved to join the Hollow Jade Temple because they had made ample preparations. Moreover, the entire plain was dominated by them, and the service was in place. Following that, a specialist taught them how to poison the ash wolf. It was better to be safe than sorry, and all kinds of methods were prepared. Finally, they were led into the armory to choose suitable weapons. Cold weapons ranging from daggers to spears were available, and there were also portable rocket launchers. The few of them picked the weapons that they needed, and then someone cleaned them and checked if there were any flaws. When they returned to the front cabin, the clairaudient Ouyang Qing said in a low voice, "I just asked, that bottle of purple life-saving medicine costs at least 5 million Jojo dollars." Like a miser, he clutched the crystal bottle in front of his chest. If possible, he would never use it. Du Huijin also said in a low voice, "It's like a dream. I also asked just now, and those weapons are made of a special kind of metal produced after the Great Changes. Their prices are frighteningly high. It said that a set of equipment for each of us would cost at least several million." There's such a metal? Even Chu Feng was surprised. He really wanted to see which was tougher and sharper compared to his black dagger. "I hope we can all return safely," Chen Luoyin said. The Hollow Jade Temple's thorough preparation meant that the mission would be very difficult. Unlike ordinary planes, they could communicate with the outside world on this plane. They all got up to contact their families. Chu Feng told his parents that he would be training in seclusion and would not be able to return home for a few days. "Brat, you think I don't know you? You've provoked Jiang Luoshin during your blind date, and now you're hiding from her?" Wang Jing asked. Her voice was not soft, and everyone around her heard it, especially the clairaudient Ouyang Qing, who heard it clearly and winked. Even Yi Qing grew, pursed her lips, and giggled. Chu Feng quickly ended the call and called the clairaudient and clairaudient over. He warned them not to use their special abilities to spy on him, or else they would train with him every day. The two of them were on the verge of tears. The last time they trained with Chu Feng, they were almost crippled. They knew that Chu Feng was purposely teaching them a lesson. Now that they were warned again, they felt unlucky. Not far away, Yi Qingru was giggling. Chen Luoyin was calm as he looked out the window. From the sky, Earth was still the same as before. The ground did not seem to have changed much, but everyone knew that was impossible. There was a hidden, folded space on the ground, and even the sky was bewitching and incomprehensible. "It seems like we're taking a detour." Chu Feng was surprised. "Yes, some areas look clear, but they're actually very dangerous. Recklessly charging in will cause one to get lost in the mysterious folded space," the person in charge of logistics explained. This route was extremely difficult to open, and they had to pay a heavy price. Only after repeated verification by drones did they find a safe and reliable route. The most dangerous would be encountering vicious birds, but now that we're well prepared, we could be warned in advance. As long as they did not encounter bird kings, there would not be much of a problem. The sky is so dangerous. Chen Luoyin frowned. "Sister Yi, you have to protect us if something happens." Chu Feng laughed. Only she could fly. Yi Qingrou's smile was sweet and charming. She blinked her large eyes and said, "No problem. I'll carry you guys." The clairvoyant Du Huijin immediately became spirited. "If something really happens, I'll hold your waist, and we'll hold your arms and legs. We'll soar into the sky together." "Go to hell." Yi Qingru kicked him into the air and threw him onto the sofa. At night, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. The first thing Chu Feng wanted to do after closing the door was contact with Yellow Cattle, but he was still a bit worried. Although the door was soundproof, he still had to be careful with the clairaudient. Chu Feng's solution to the problem was simple, violent, and effective. He knocked on Ouyang Qing's door with a smile and walked in. "Boss, please sit." Thump. Ouyang Qing's smile froze, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Chu Feng placed him on the bed and covered him with a blanket before he fell into a dreamland. This dream was quite miserable. Ouyang Qing kept dreaming of being hit on the head with a hammer. "I'm finally at ease." Chu Feng helped him close the door and returned to his own room. He immediately contacted Yellow Cattle and started a video call. "Yellow Cattle, when I was practicing the special breathing technique at night, the cold black mist was getting thicker and thicker. Afterward, my whole body felt comfortable and my evolution was obvious. Am I about to break through again?" Yellow Ox raised one of its hoof at the other end of the communicator to show its disdain. It knew that Chu Feng was trying to provoke it again. I want to kill a Beast King now. Do you think I'll succeed? Chu Feng asked. You're courting death. Yellow Cattle only replied with 3 words. How big is the gap between me and a Beast King? This was a question Chu Feng had always wanted to figure out. You're a whole realm away. Yellow Cattle typed out a warning, telling Chu Feng not to act recklessly. Chu Feng's spirit was immediately aroused. He earnestly asked about the different realms and how they were divided. He was very much looking forward to it. That was because he had been practicing the special breathing technique for some time. He really wanted to know the ranking of the strong in Yellow Cattle's world. Yellow Cattle thought for a while and decided to patiently tell Chu Feng so that he wouldn't act recklessly and provoke a Beast King without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Awakening, shackled, and unfettered. These were the 3 realms written by Yellow Cattle. Chu Feng no longer joked around. Instead, he solemnly asked Yellow Cattle to explain in detail. Awakening, this realm is just like its name. Just like the mutants you've seen, they're all preliminary awakeners. They've awakened a certain mysterious factor within their bodies and unlocked their special abilities. Yellow Cattle was afraid that it would be too complicated and difficult to understand, so it used the simplest words to explain. Shackled. When the day comes when you can see the shackles on your body, you'll be able to fight against the Beast King. The White Snake of Tying Mountain, the Old Ape of Mount Song, and the Red-Crowned Crane of Mount Shu are all at this level. Yellow Cattle explained the second realm. It was even easier to understand. Unfettered. There are no such creatures on Earth. It's too advanced and boundlessly terrifying. It's very difficult to reach that level. Yellow Cattle shook its head. Tell me more about the last realm. Chu Feng wanted to know the details. Break the shackles and be unfettered in the world. This is the simplest and most straightforward meaning of this realm. If you want to understand it thoroughly, you can read Zhuangzi's Unfettered Tour, Yellow Cattle wrote. Chu Feng was somewhat speechless. If he wanted to understand the third realm, he still had to read the ancient text Unfettered Tour. This is a good piece of writing. It contains the true meaning of the Great Tao. It's worth reading. Following that, Yellow Cattle began to despise Chu Feng for reading too little. He was still an earthling, yet he hadn't even read some useful ancient books. Chu Feng beat it up, but he was actually looked down upon by an outsider, mocking him for being illiterate. This was really intolerable. I've read Unfettered Tour, but I didn't find the true meaning of the Great Tao that you're talking about. Chu Feng said. Yellow Cattle despised him. It quickly typed a paragraph from Zhuangzi's Unfettered Tour. If a man rides on the righteousness of heaven and earth and controls the differentiation of the 6 qi to travel without end, how can he wait? Chu Feng let it explain. Yellow Cattle shook its head, as if saying that this child couldn't be taught. In the end, it used the simplest words to explain to him the true meaning of Unfettered Tour is to break the shackles and transcend all things. There is no dependence and absolute freedom. Yellow Cattle, when are you coming back? Asked Chu Feng. He was always being looked down upon by this cow. He really wanted to exchange pointers with it. I've already arrived at Mount Kunlun. There are many mysterious small trees here, but they are all occupied by great demons. Let's talk after I take over a mountain. At my current level, I should be far superior to ordinary awakened mutants. Can I fight a Beast King? Chu Feng asked again. He felt that he was much stronger than ordinary mutants. He felt that the division between the 3 realms of Awakening, Shackled, and Unfettered Tour was too general. Awakening is a big realm. If you really want to break it down, you can use the game of chess from your Earth. According to the description, you should be at the 8th or 9th level of Awakening. After reading this line of words, Chu Feng felt a lot more confident. He was not far from the Beast King level. In fact, it could be said that he was very close to it. He asked for more details and listed the other mutants for comparison. Ordinary mutants are only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Awakened realm. As for King Kong, he should be at the 7th or 8th level, replied Yellow Cattle. 7th or 8th level awakened beasts were definitely top-notch experts among the mutants born from this mutation. After all, Yellow Cattle had only divided them into 3 realms. King Kong would definitely have the opportunity to touch the Beast King realm in the future. At present, Beast Kings of the Shackled realm, such as the White Snake, the Elder Ape, and the Immortal Crane, were at the peak. There were no creatures at the carefree realm on Earth. This time, I want to kill the Ash Wolf. Chu Feng told Yellow Cattle the details and asked it to decide if it could be killed. Its body is broken, its claws are missing, and its eyes are blind. It's injured to this extent and only has about 3% of its combat strength left. It's worth a try, wrote Yellow Cattle. Then, it added, the main thing is that this Ash Wolf has just entered the Shackled realm and is barely a Beast King. It's not even as good as Old Black. Therefore, there's hope of killing it. Just as he wrote up to this point, a black silhouette appeared in the video. The Black Yak was standing silently behind him, and with a clang, he gave him a stomp with his hoof. Yellow Cattle immediately fainted. Impudent! What Old Black? You should call me Uncle. The Black Yak scolded and then rushed out. Chu Feng bared his snow-white teeth and said, Brat, I'm warning you. Don't lead Yellow Cattle astray. What Old Black? Black Boss? If you dare mention it again, I'll kill my way to Shuntian and deal with you. Then, it decisively ended the video call on behalf of Yellow Cattle. Chu Feng could only stare at it helplessly. He had been inexplicably scolded by Black Boss. The next day, the plane landed at the airport near their destination. Fully dressed, Chu Feng and the others were sent by an armored vehicle to the depths of the Yunanguizhou Plateau, to the entrance of the desolate mountain range. For mutants, normal nuclear radiation is not a big problem. It's enough to resist it. But for safety's sake, it's better for you all to wear anti-nuclear suits. The staff had made ample preparations and had them all wear combat suits made of special materials. The ground was dry and barren. The periphery of the desolate mountain range had turned into a land of death. There was not the slightest trace of life. Chapter 102. The mountain was deathly still, devoid of life. The temperature at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion could reach 100 million degrees Celsius. No living creature could survive there. Unfortunately, the Ash Wolf had avoided the epicenter. Originally, this area was filled with towering ancient trees, but now there was not even a speck of ash left. All of them had been melted away. The group walked deeper into the mountain. Along the way, there was no sign of life. The lush forest had been completely destroyed. The radiation was extremely powerful, and there was an oppressive feeling in this area. Although they could not see it, they could feel the countless rays interweaving. If an ordinary person were to enter, they would die without a doubt. Chu Feng, Chun Luoyan, and Yi Qingru were all experts and could be considered at the peak of mutants. Even if they did not wear protective suits, they would still be able to survive. But this land of death still made their hearts palpitate. There was not a single beast in sight, and the vegetation had completely melted away. This was a land of extinction. What would happen to them if they were the ones targeted by nuclear weapons? Even the Beast Kings were in such a miserable state, let alone ordinary mutants. They would be vaporized in a matter of seconds. Found it, it's here. Suddenly, the clairvoyant Du Huaijin opened his mouth and ran forward. What he meant by finding it was not the Ash Wolf King, but the crack in the ground. It was the hiding place where the Ash Wolf King had escaped the nuclear explosion. The pitch-black crack led deep into the earth, allowing the Ash Wolf to escape death. The clairvoyant's eyes shone with a golden light. At this time, he was very serious and no longer had a cheeky smile on his face. He was searching for traces of the Ash Wolf. This was indeed the place. It matched the images captured by the detector. There were all sorts of traces left behind by the Ash Wolf. Someone has been here. Du Huaijin frowned because the dried blood had been taken away. Is there still any use for the blood that has fallen to the ground? The clairaudient Ouyang Qing was puzzled. To the major powers, even if it's dead blood, it's still worth researching. After all, they have never obtained a sample of royal blood before, Chun Luoyan replied. Up until now, only the country had obtained the corpse of the ash wolf. It was killed by an immortal crane from Mount Shu and was transported away by the military. Several top-notch laboratories within the country were doing their best to analyze the blood. Rumor had it that royal blood was mysterious and had many uses. Some people in the outside world speculated that this kind of blood could help the Beast King unlock a divine ability. In addition, it could also promote the evolution of living beings. All the major corporations were tempted, and the foreign powers were incomparably envious. They wanted nothing more than to snatch it and bring it back for research. Different royal bloodlines have different effects, Yi Qingru said. They set off again to track the whereabouts of Songlang. After advancing for a dozen miles, the clairvoyant Du Huaijin started to curse. Someone had done something to the road, erasing the traces left behind by the ash wolf. Damn it, are they sure that they can deal with Lone Wolf? The clairaudient Ouyang Qing was furious. If the Wolf King managed to catch a breather and recover in the end, it would be a great calamity. Yi Qingrou's expression also changed as she said, "Those people are too independent. They want to stop the others and obtain the royal blood by themselves. If they succeed, then so be it. But if they fail, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Wolf King's recovery would be a great disaster. There will be more clues. It's impossible to cut them off completely." Chu Feng said. They advanced for a few more miles and began to search carefully. Du Huaijin's expression was solemn. His eyes were like two resplendent golden lanterns, shooting out beams of light from time to time. Half an hour later, he revealed a joyous expression and said, "Another discovery." The group followed him and rushed towards the soil and rocks hundreds of meters away. He picked up a strand of curled wolf fur with some scorch marks on it. "You can even discover this." Chu Feng was astonished. After activating his divine instinct, his eyes were not inferior to the clairvoyant's. However, such a fine capture was still lacking. "This is my ability. I can focus on a certain object and brand it in my mind. My eyes can then sense all sorts of minute details within a certain range." Du Huaijin's words shocked everyone. Among them, Yi Qingrou's reaction was the greatest. She warned him not to use his special ability on her in the future, or else she would beat him up every day. Du Huaijin laughed dryly as his eyes flickered with golden light. After a quarter of an hour, Du Huaijin made an astonishing discovery 1 kilometer away. He stared at a patch of floating soil and then squatted down to dig away the rocks. A faint smell of blood wafted through the air. There were traces of dark red blood on the rocks there, long since dried up. Royal blood. The group was shaken. The ash wolf had stayed here before. Its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. It had buried the traces it had left behind so that no one could track it. "How much is it worth?" the clairaudient Ouyang Qing asked. "Royal blood is priceless," Yi Qingru said. "If it was sold to foreign countries, there would definitely be a bidding war. They would break their heads to obtain it. Royal blood was too rare. Currently, no one outside of the country had obtained it. Ouyang Qing was in charge of collecting the traces of blood on the rocks. He was very careful, as if he was handling a rare treasure. "There's more here." The clairvoyant Du Huaijin found several places in succession. Evidently, the ash wolf had rested here. The places where it lay were all sticky with blood. One could imagine how serious its injuries were. Its wounded body was constantly bleeding. The group spread out to collect the wolf's blood. "Just these can be sold for a sky-high price," Yi Qingru said with certainty. Suddenly, Chu Feng's body tensed up. He jumped up and shouted, "Dodge!" He felt danger and activated his divine instinct. At this moment, the back of his head was aching. According to his previous experience, someone was aiming at him with a firearm. Chu Feng grabbed the clairvoyant Du Huaijin and threw him behind a boulder. The group spread out in different directions. Chu Feng saved Du Huaijin, who was the closest to him. Yi Qingru and Chen Luoyan were very strong. They were ranked among the top 50 mutants in the country. They did not need Chu Feng's help and quickly dodged after hearing the warning. The clairaudient Ouyang Qing's hair stood on end. Although he was trying to dodge, he did not manage to do so. With a puff, he was pierced by a bullet and a string of blood splattered. Chu Feng rushed over with a violent gust of wind. His speed was so fast that it had reached the speed of sound. He grabbed Ouyang Qing and led him to the back of the boulder, dodging the following bullets. Ouyang Qing's left arm was pierced and fresh blood flowed. Fortunately, it was not a fatal injury. His face was pale, but his large ears were trembling rapidly. He fiercely whispered, "East a total of 7 people." When he was in a rage, his hearing seemed to be even more acute. Due to the violent fluctuations in his emotions, the activation of his special ability became even more astonishing. Chu Feng was surprised. At this moment, even he could roughly sense that there were 6 or 7 people there. He did not expect the clairaudient's hearing to be so extraordinary. They have heavy firearms on them. 1,500 meters to the east. The clairvoyant hid behind the boulder and spied on the people there. To be able to snipe from 1,500 meters away, they were definitely sharpshooters and not ordinary people. This is too despicable. They have no grudges against us, yet they want to kill us. Ouyang Qing was furious. He had almost died here. They found out that we were collecting the ash wolf's blood. Their eyes were red, and they wanted to steal it. Chen Luoyin said. The few of them were furious. These people were too vicious and hateful. In order to steal their ash wolf's blood, they actually wanted to kill them. Whoosh! Chu Feng moved. Ignoring the fierce firepower, he sprinted forward, dodging the terrifying flames and rushing towards the short hill. Yi Qingru also followed, spreading her snow-white wings. She was like an angel soaring through the sky, beautiful and powerful, emitting a terrifying killing intent. On the short hill, the few people's pupils constricted. They felt their hair stand on end. That person was actually able to dodge their bullets. He was simply not human. Chu Feng was too fast. He could run more than 260 meters per second and had long since reached the speed of sound. His speed was as fast as lightning, leaving even Yi Qingru, who could fly, in the dust. With a swoosh, he rushed up the hill. Bang! Someone fired at him, but Chu Feng simply stretched out his hand and, with a bang, caught the bullet in his palm. His body was unharmed. Ah! The man screamed in terror. Chu Feng attacked, breaking all of their bones and tendons. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell down. They were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. How could a person be so fast? Moreover, he was not afraid of bullets. With a swoosh, Yi Qingru landed on the ground and retracted her wings. Following that, Chen Luoyin also rushed up the hill and arrived. You're not afraid of bullets? You're invulnerable? Yi Qingru was shocked. Not bad. Chu Feng smiled. Chen Luoyin was speechless. This was considered not bad. Even firearms were ineffective against him. After a while, the clairvoyant and clairaudient arrived and rushed up the hill. Why are you guys attacking us? You're too vicious. Instead of killing the ash wolf, you're shooting at us from the shadows. Are you even human? Ouyang Qing roared in anger, clutching his arm. The people on the ground were terrified. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate. These mutants were too powerful. They couldn't deal with them at all. Chu Feng asked a few simple questions and found out the background of these people. They were just a group of ordinary hunters. They heard that the ash wolf was heavily injured but not dead, so they came here to get a share of the loot. Just now, when they were observing through their binoculars, they accidentally discovered that Chu Feng and the others had found the wolf's blood and wanted to kill them for it. These people are too vicious. Leaving them alive will only bring disaster. Let's kill them, Chen Luoyin said. He was very handsome and looked nothing like a fiend. However, when he attacked, he was ruthless and merciless. Pu, Chen Luoyin pulled out his long blade and beheaded them. The victim, Ouyang Qing, hadn't even made a move yet, but these people were already dead. They continued on their way, passing through the barren land. Finally, they saw trees. They discovered that they were all glowing, which was very strange. Divine trees? Du Huaijin was dumbfounded. In front of them, the tree trunks and leaves were all glowing. It was a very mysterious sight. Yi Qingru curled her lips and said, "Uncultured." This is because the radiation is too strong. They absorb too much of it. Especially in places with their backs to the sun, the trees glowed the brightest. So that's how it is. I thought we met a divine tree. Du Huijin laughed. They entered the forest and stepped into the desolate mountains. This meant that they would have to face all kinds of wild beasts and birds at any time. For the next day or so, they were all on the trail. The clairvoyant was very useful. His eyes were like lightning and could always find some clues. Along the way, they saw some human corpses. Some were the result of fighting each other, while others were torn apart by wild beasts. There are at least 10 teams that have entered the depths of this primitive forest. They haven't found the Wolf King yet, but they are already fighting each other. Be careful, Chu Feng said. Is this a foreigner? Not long after, they found half a corpse in the forest. It was a Westerner with golden hair and blue eyes. Following that, they found a few more people, all of them Western European race. Obviously, they were from the same team. This team is very powerful. They actually found the Ash Wolf King, but they were all killed. The clairvoyant said. He found the Wolf King's fur in the grass. This meant that they were closing in on their target. How did the experts from Europe get here? Chu Feng was bewildered. One had to know that the distance between the two places was too great. Even the air routes had been cut off. Up until now, no safe route had been opened up. However, there was a team of Western European people here. It was really strange. As they moved forward, they found many more corpses. Most of them were humans of this land, but there were also Westerners. There are experts from the Preaching Research Institute, people from the Tongu Alliance, and people from the Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Institute. Along the way, they saw many dead mutants. There was no need to hide their identities for this mission. It was easy to find out their origins based on their belongings. The situation is not good. Most of these people died when they encountered the Wolf King. The clairvoyant Du Huijin said. Suddenly, the clairaudient Ouyang Qing's face turned pale. He signaled him not to speak. His big ears were moving as he listened carefully. When they reached the dense forest, his ability was much more useful than the clairvoyance. He could hear sound from far away. Chu Feng was surprised. There were so many noises in the forest, including the cries of apes and the roars of tigers. Ouyang Qing's clairvoyant could distinguish them one by one. He could also hear sound from afar, but he could not distinguish them in such detail. We've most likely met it. Ouyang Qing's big ears kept moving. His face turned pale as he said, I can hear a special breathing sound. Although it's not loud, it exerts a terrifying pressure on me. I'm trembling. He pointed to the depths of the forest. A terrifying monster was lying in ambush 1,600 meters to the south. You guys wait here. Don't come over. Chu Feng also sensed it. He disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. He held a long spear in his hand as he rushed out at top speed. This spear was issued to him by the Hollow Jade Temple. It was made of rare metals and was extremely tough and sharp. 1,600 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng knew that there was no other way. This Beast King's divine instinct was too sharp. Up ahead, the Ash Wolf had long since raised its head and gazed coldly in their direction. Perhaps it had discovered Chu Feng and the others a step earlier. Boom! Before Chu Feng even arrived, he had already launched a rocket launcher at it. A huge explosion rang out in front of them. Flames soared to the sky as giant trees collapsed. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. Even though the Ash Wolf had lost half of its body and was only left with one eye, its perception and speed were still frighteningly fast. With a swoosh, it teleported tens of meters away and evaded the attack. Chu Feng's eyelids twitched. This wolf had lost half of its body. How could it still be so fast? Illo! The Ash Wolf's howl shook the mountain forest. Many trees were broken and leaves were sent flying everywhere. The Ash Wolf's head was as big as a house. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced forward with its broken body. It was incomparably ferocious, bringing with it a terrifying astral wind. Swoosh! Chapter 103. No one had ever dared to attack the Ash Wolf single-handedly. Now, there was someone fearlessly charging at it. Wielding an azure spear, he soared through the air at supersonic speed. His spear was incomparably sharp. Clang! The ash wolf brandished its front paws. Although its claws had fallen off, they were still terrifyingly powerful. They struck the azure spear with a resounding clang. Chu Feng felt the spear in his hand, being shaken and almost flying out his hand. This kind of power was boundlessly tyrannical, far surpassing all the opponents he had encountered before. The web between his thumb and forefinger was numb and almost split open. This was the power of a beast king. Even though it was wounded, it was still extremely terrifying. However, Chu Feng was completely unaware. He was incomparably courageous. The moment the spear in his right hand was shaken off, his left hand's fist arrived. It was ferocious and tyrannical, accompanied by the roar of a wild ox. With a boom, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The surrounding giant trees swayed violently in the gale, cracking inch by inch as countless leaves danced in the air. Dong! Chu Feng's fist collided with the ash wolf's bare front paws. He did not evade, but instead met force with force. He wanted to measure its true strength. This attack was extremely astonishing. Vegetation was destroyed in the boundless wilderness, forming a violent whirlwind that swirled madly, filling the sky with dust and stones. Chu Feng was sent flying. Although his arm was numb, it was not injured. He had safely extricated himself from the ash wolf's bloody maw. This was unimaginable in the past. Who would dare to face the ash wolf alone? Roar! The ash wolf howled furiously. There was someone who dared to offend its dignity again and again. The wolf's howl shook the entire primitive forest, causing the mountains to tremble. Heavens, what is Boss doing? He's going to fight the ash wolf alone. He's too brave. In the distance, clairvoyant Du Huaijin was standing on an ancient tree. He was incomparably shocked as he witnessed this scene. Chu Feng was actually powerful to such an extent. He was facing the terrifying ash wolf alone. Quick, record it and choose a live streaming platform to broadcast it live. This is a sensational achievement. Who would dare to face this old wolf alone? Shouted Ouyang Qing excitedly. Yi Qingru and Chen Luoyan were also incomparably shocked. They stood at the top of a giant tree, watching the battle 1,600 meters away. Chu Feng was too brave and fierce. He didn't even try to evade the attack, choosing to face it head-on. This shocked them to the core. One had to know that not long ago, when the ash wolf was wreaking havoc, it was incomparably violent, sweeping through the human cities and towns. No one could stop it. This was a beast king, and its level was far higher than theirs. They were no match for it at all, and it was useless even if they surrounded it. There were other mutants nearby. Some had come in groups, and some had come alone. They were all terrified. They saw that someone was challenging the ash wolf, making it furious. The wolves howled at the moon, shaking the mountains. The voice was extremely loud, unimaginable. All of the nearby creatures shivered in fear, all of the beasts trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground. Some of the ferocious birds fell from the sky, trembling in fear as they landed on the grass. This was a type of sound wave technique, and the scene was terrifying. Black ripples spread out from the ash wolf's mouth, sweeping through the surrounding trees and boulders. Bang, bang, bang. Giant trees snapped, thorny vines exploded, and boulders exploded. The ash wolf howled at the moon, shaking the entire desolate mountain range. All kinds of ferocious beasts and birds were terrified. Chu Feng held the azure spear horizontally in front of him. He was not afraid at all, and was howling like a wild beast, unafraid of the ash wolf. This was the sound of a wild ox, but after being cultivated by humans, it was no longer the same. Now it was majestic, and intimidating in all directions. All kinds of boulders and trees around him collapsed, and the sound waves spread out in all directions. Boom! A tempest formed between Chu Feng and the ash wolf. The sound waves vibrated, spreading out in all directions. The sound of giant trees exploding rang out incessantly. Kill! Chu Feng raised his spear and charged forward once again. His eyes were like cold lightning. At this moment, he had put away his usual smile, and his attacks were swift and decisive. Bang! The ash wolf was ferocious. Although it had lost the lower half of its body and could only stand on its forelimbs, its speed was still frighteningly fast. It roared and leaped forward. This time, it opened its bloody maw and bit down on the azure spear in Chu Feng's hand. Chu Feng's eyes were as sharp as lightning. He suddenly accelerated, thrusting the spear into its bloody maw, hoping to seize the opportunity to stab into its throat. Clang! One had to admit that the ash wolf was too terrifying. At such a critical juncture, it still possessed an astonishing divine instinct and bit the spear in one bite. Its fangs had long been broken, but even so, the remaining teeth were still as terrifying as ever, firmly blocking the spear. This was a strange metal that had only appeared after the great changes. Its hardness was unimaginable, surpassing that of diamond, and at the same time, it possessed astonishing toughness. But now, the ash wolf's mouth was emitting an ear-piercing screech, and the spear was changing shape. This wolf is too terrifying. Just how hard are its teeth? Chun Luoyan was shaken, and he tightly grasped the long saber in his hand. This metal had been tested by him, and he knew that it could cut through iron like mud, but in the ash wolf's mouth, it was about to break. Did you record it? Don't let Boss risk his life for nothing. What if he dies in battle without anyone knowing? We have to tell the outside world that he's risking his life here, the clairaudient Ouyang Qing said. Don't jinx it. Yi Qingru scolded. Boom. At this moment, the ash wolf fiercely swung its head, and the spear between its teeth creaked, its tip twisted. Chu Feng exerted his strength and continued thrusting forward, wanting to break through the wolf's defense and pierce through its throat, injuring it severely. Crack! At this time, the spear suddenly broke, unable to withstand the terrifying bite force. Chu Feng was violently swung by the wolf's head and was sent flying backwards. The ash wolf's single eye glinted fiercely, and it pounced forward. Its front paws carried a violent astral wind, and its terrifying strength was enough to pierce through a metal city wall. Thump, thump, thump. Chu Feng blocked it with his unsharpened spear and his fists, continuously clashing with it. It could be seen that one tree after another was broken by them, and some of the mountain rocks even exploded under the ash wolf's attack. It was simply too ferocious. At this time, on both of Chu Feng's hands, the web between his thumb and index finger had split open, and blood was flowing out. The ash wolf's tyrannical strength was too great. At this moment, Chu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. His estimation was wrong. The ash wolf's injuries were not as serious as he had imagined, and it had recovered somewhat. However, he was still fearless. During this period of time, he had continuously practiced the special breathing technique, and with perseverance, he could clearly feel that his physique was improving. Otherwise, if he didn't improve every day, he would most likely be in danger today. Not good. Chu Feng is injured. Get ready to support him. Yi Qingru said. She saw the blood on Chu Feng's hands, incomparably red, dripping down. It's useless. We'll only be a burden to him if we go up. Chun Luoyan sighed. That level of strength was above them. They couldn't be of any help. Boom! The ash wolf pounced forward, its bloody maw wide open. With a gust of wind, it smashed countless boulders and destroyed a large number of ancient trees as it charged towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng was sent flying by the wolf, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. The ash wolf was extremely terrifying. Even in its half-crippled state, it still possessed unparalleled strength. Quick, use firearms to support Boss. He's in danger. Clairvoyant shouted. Chun Luoyan decisively lifted the rocket launcher, but after some hesitation, he didn't dare to open fire for fear of accidentally injuring Chu Feng. Boss, retreat if you can't do it, Ouyang Qing shouted. This ash wolf was too ferocious, and if this continued, he was worried that Chu Feng would die in battle. Boom! In the end, Chun Luoyan still opened fire with great skill, aiming at the area behind the ash wolf's crippled body. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and giant trees were broken. However, there was no effect. The main reason was that Chun Luoyin was afraid of injuring Chu Feng, so he didn't dare to get too close. As long as the rocket didn't land on the ash wolf's body, it wouldn't suffer any injuries. As for the rocks and dirt hitting its body, the shock waves were all useless. In fact, the rocket launcher was ineffective against it, and it could completely avoid it. The violent collision caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Chu Feng steadied himself and continued to fight with the ash wolf, with no intention of retreating. The people behind him were somewhat anxious. The ash wolf was too ferocious, and if Chu Feng wasn't careful, he would most likely fall here. This was a battle of life and death. This was completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought that with the ash wolf's injuries, with Chu Feng's combat strength, he would be able to kill it without a hitch. Who would have thought that it would recover so quickly? And now it was already extremely terrifying and unbeatable. Is the live broadcast out yet? Clairvoyant Du Huijin asked. It's still in progress. We have to let people see this battle. If boss dies here, it won't be in vain. He's fighting with his life on the line. Clairvoyant Ouyang Qing said in a low voice. Normally, the two of them would be mischievous, but now they were somewhat anxious. They were both emotional people. The two of them shouted at the top of their lungs. Kill the ash wolf. Boss, hold on. In the outside world, a live broadcast on the Mutant Forum suddenly caused an uproar. Is this real? Oh my God, someone is fighting the ash wolf. Soon, the news spread and attracted many mutants to watch. It's real, it should be, because there's evidence that the ash wolf is not dead, but half of its body has been cut off, and it's hiding in the primordial mountains. Someone said, certain that this was not fake. It's real, this is a live broadcast. The kind of ferocity is definitely the ash wolf. Who is that person? He actually dared to fight the ash wolf. How shocking. The Mutant Forum was in an uproar. Someone had already recorded it and spread it to the outside world. In an instant, this video appeared in many places. This was like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. The outside world could not remain calm. More and more people received the news. Some watched the recorded footage, while others watched the live broadcast. All of them were dumbfounded. Brother Wong, come and see. Someone is fighting the ash wolf. Sister Wong, go online. Something big has happened. It was like a hurricane quickly sweeping across the land. Many people received the news and were stunned. They quickly went online to watch the battle. Oh my God, the ash wolf is still so terrifying even with half of its body broken, far surpassing the average mutant. Hey, who is that person? Why is he so powerful to fight the ash wolf alone? Not good. That person's spear was bitten off by the ash wolf, and his hands are bleeding. He's seriously injured. Many people were watching the live broadcast, and their hearts were pounding. More and more people came to know about it and joined in. Watching the live broadcast, their emotions fluctuated. This video swept across the internet, causing many to drop everything they were doing to watch. The camera is a bit far away. Who is that person? I can't see him clearly. Closer. We'll find out sooner or later. Not good. He's at a disadvantage. He might die in battle. This battle caused a huge uproar. Chu Feng and the ash wolf fought fiercely in the primordial forest. He was injured, and the ash wolf's methods were terrifying. It spat black flames from its nose and mouth, almost engulfing him. It could be seen that the entire mountainous region had been melted into lava. However, this kind of magical ability consumed a lot of its vitality. After using it a few times, it stopped using it. Kill. Chu Feng's voice was cold. Even though he was injured and his hands were bleeding, he did not retreat. He held the broken azure spear in his hand and used it as a club, smashing it forward. Clang! The ash wolf's forelimbs were terrifyingly hard. They collided with the azure spear, producing an astonishing metallic sound. In terms of pure strength, the ash wolf was superior to Chu Feng. After all, it was a beast king and had recovered quite a bit. It was not as weak as the Hollow Jade Temple had imagined. The wound between Chu Feng's thumb and forefinger widened, and blood gushed out. At the same time, he was sent flying. The ash wolf leapt up like a bolt of lightning and chased after Chu Feng with the weight of MT Tai, wanting to kill him. Not good. Many people were watching the live broadcast and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. They could see that the person was at a disadvantage and was in a life or death situation. Some people's hearts were in their throats. They were worried for that person and sincerely hoped that he could kill the savage ash wolf. Many people wanted nothing more than to rush over and join in the fray to slaughter the ash wolf. The ash wolf pounced forward, its single eye merciless and bone-piercing cold. The spear in Chu Feng's hand had already been sent flying. Chi! At this moment, an ice-cold gleam flashed past. Chu Feng had drawn a snow-white longsword from his tattered nuclear suit and slashed at the charging ash wolf. He had calculated this situation precisely. He wanted to kill the ash wolf at the most dangerous moment. With a flash of blood, the ash wolf howled. A terrifying wound had appeared on its neck, and fresh blood flowed out as it was sent flying. Its roar shook the heavens. In truth, Chu Feng's emotions were fluctuating even more violently than the ash wolf. How could such a slash fail to kill the ash wolf? This was also a rare metal longsword that the Hollow Jade Temple had prepared for him. It was incomparably sharp. However, there was a layer of mysterious power on the ash wolf's body. It had blocked the longsword at the last moment and had failed to completely cut through its neck. "Human, I'll skin you alive," the ash wolf roared. Not long ago, it had moved alone and traversed the Yunanguizhou Plateau. In one breath, it had massacred an entire city, resulting in the tragic deaths of more than 700,000 people. At that time, it was so ostentatious and unrestrained. But now, there was a human who dared to humiliate it. It was only a single human, yet he dared to fight it. This made it furious. "Kill me? You can't do it." Chu Feng's voice was hoarse. There was blood in his mouth, and his throat was burning. He had indeed been injured, and not lightly. This was the most difficult battle he had ever fought. The Beast King was truly too terrifying. "I've already killed more than 700,000 people. Do I need to kill you?" The ash wolf's voice was deep and low, but it shook the entire mountain forest. The birds and beasts in the surroundings were trembling with fear. Chapter 104. Chu Feng took the initiative to attack. Wielding the long saber, he stepped on the mountainous terrain and rushed over to slash at the ash wolf. At this time, he pushed his strength to the limit. The blade was as bright as snow, flowing with a cold light and carrying an indomitable momentum. Clang, clang, clang. The ash wolf roared and waved its front limbs to block. At this moment, it actually didn't dare to touch the blade's edge. Instead, it continuously struck the side of the long saber to neutralize the threat. The sound was deafening and sparks flew in all directions. The long saber in Chu Feng's hand seemed to have transformed into a beam of white light, dancing in the air and enveloping the ash wolf. Mountain rocks collapsed and giant trees snapped. Wherever the snow-white long saber passed, all kinds of obstacles would be smashed into pieces. It was a terrifying scene. Boom! The ground was split open and a huge ravine appeared. The hard mountain walls were cut open like tofu and then exploded, filling the sky with soil and rocks. The man and the wolf fought fiercely. Everything they passed by was destroyed. Roar! The ash wolf let out a long howl as its fur stood on end. A layer of mysterious energy appeared on the surface of its body, and its strength rose sharply. Clang! The ash wolf went berserk and almost sent the long saber flying. At this time, not only the webbing between Chu Feng's thumb and forefinger, but all of his fingers were lacerated and blood was flowing out. This was caused by the huge impact. Chu Feng exerted all his strength and increased his speed to subsonic speed. Every movement and slash was extremely terrifying. One could see that the snow-white long saber had become even more terrifying. When it collided with the ash wolf, it became more and more apprehensive. That was because when one speed was so shocking, even a piece of paper could cut through flesh, not to mention a long saber forged from rare metals. Its lethality had increased dramatically, especially when Chu Feng exerted his strength to the limit. Dozens of saber lights slashed forward one after another, causing the ash wolf's pupils to contract. Clang, clang, clang. The ash wolf's powerful front limbs continuously smashed the side of the long saber, blocking the blade's edge and resolving the crisis. Chu Feng increased his speed almost crazily. Pooh, pew, pew. A series of soft sounds rang out as the long saber cut through the ash wolf's fur, leaving one wound after another. King's blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, the ash wolf king's forelimbs were dripping with blood. The people watching the live broadcast were inexplicably shocked. That was the Ash Wolf King, but it was actually injured by someone. This ferocious old wolf had once traversed the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau alone, massacring cities and causing the tragic deaths of more than 700,000 people. But now it was injured. Many people were incomparably excited, their emotions fluctuating violently. Kill it. Avenge the victims. Kill this ash wolf. Kill. Some people shouted and clenched their fists tightly. They wished they could personally rush into the battlefield and join in the slaughter. They were incomparably excited. On the battlefield, Chu Feng frowned. This wolf was too terrifying. It was important to note that he had increased his speed to the limit, reaching a speed of more than 260 meters per second while maintaining it at subsonic speed. This was a huge consumption of energy. If this went on for a long time, he would be exhausted and unable to endure it. Normally, he had tested it and found that this speed could only be maintained for a limited period of time. There was no way for him to swing his saber at a high frequency for a long time. Such a terrifying attack was actually only able to break through the ash wolf's defense and cut its forelimbs, but did not manage to chop them off. In front of him, the ash wolf's fur was covered with a mysterious energy, preventing the saber from cutting any further. This beast king was too terrifying and difficult to kill. If this continued, Chu Feng would definitely be exhausted. At that time, the ash wolf would launch a crazy counterattack. Oh! The ash wolf let out a long howl. Its eyes were cold and sinister. Its forelimbs were injured and fresh blood was flowing out. This made it feel humiliated. A dignified beast king that looked down on all mutants had actually suffered such a great loss. It opened its bloody mouth wide, wanting nothing more than to swallow Chu Feng whole. Clang, clang, clang. Although it had lost its fangs, its broken teeth still flickered with a snow-white light. It bit at the long saber several times, wanting to destroy this weapon. The ash wolf is full of energy. The situation is not good. If this ferocious attack can't kill it, that person will be in danger. An expert among the spectators made this judgment. Who's broadcasting the battle? Quickly change the direction and show that person's face. Most of the time, his back is facing us. Some people were dissatisfied and left comments under the live broadcast. Because most of the time, the camera was facing the ash wolf, the person's back was shown more often. The camera is too far away. Can it be a little closer? Another person left such a comment. However, most people expressed their understanding. The cameraman was also risking his life. He must have been behind that expert, not daring to appear behind the ash wolf. Boom! Chu Feng's momentum increased. His long saber was like a waterfall. He leaped up and slashed at the ash wolf in midair, leaving no path of retreat. It was as if he wanted to fight to the death. Kill! Many of the people who saw this scene were shouting, and they were very emotional. However, at this moment, the video was cut off and the image disappeared. In an instant, everyone was silent. But soon, the internet was in an uproar, almost boiling over. Oh my God, why was the video cut off at the critical moment? What's wrong? Hurry up and start the live broadcast. What's the result? Goddamn cameraman. You did it on purpose, didn't you? I only said a few words to you just now, and now you're quitting? At such a critical moment, the video was suddenly cut off. It was truly infuriating. It was as if the moment they were about to ascend to the heavens, they suddenly blacked out and fell into a bottomless abyss. Damn it. How could you cut off the video at the most critical moment? I'm going crazy. Big brother, we were wrong. We won't scold you anymore. Hurry up and start the live broadcast. It doesn't matter if the distance is a little further. It doesn't matter if we keep filming that person's back. Hurry up and continue. The internet was in an uproar, unable to calm down. In the end, someone analyzed the reason. Perhaps that person didn't cut off the battle on purpose. It's obvious that the battle took place in the desolate mountains. The signal there isn't very good. It's already amazing that the live broadcast could be maintained for such a long time. Everyone came to a sudden realization, but they still felt as if 100 claws were scratching at their hearts. They were all praying for things to return to normal so that the live broadcast could resume. In the depths of the forest, the clairvoyant Ouyang Qing was badly battered. It was indeed as the outside world had guessed. The signal had suddenly disappeared, and the live broadcast had been cut off. The position just now was very good. The signal was full. If you hadn't moved, there wouldn't have been a problem. The clairvoyant Du Huaijin said. They have long since left the battlefield. I had to follow them, or else I wouldn't have been able to capture them, Ouyang Qing said. It was just as Lu Tong had said back at the Hollow Jade Temple. The signal in the desolate mountains was very poor, sometimes missing. If you can't capture them, then stop. Get ready to attack. Chu Feng is in danger. Yi Qingrou's beautiful eyes shot out a brilliant beam of light. She flapped her pure white wings and soared into the sky. She carried a firearm on her shoulder and aimed at the front, ready to fire at any moment. This is killing me. We can't help at all. Du Huaijin was anxious. Not to mention him and Ouyang Qing. Even Chen Luoyin was helpless. In a battle of that level, even he and Yi Qingru would not be able to do much. Chen Luoyin was advancing, preparing to intercept the ash wolf. Boom! Smoke and dust rose into the sky. Yi Qingru and Chen Luoyin were both using firearms to bombard the ash wolf, hoping to stop it and reduce its ferocity. Unfortunately, it was not very effective. The two began to approach each other, wanting to assist Chu Feng at the crucial moment. Back off, don't distract me. Chu Feng's voice was low. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his throat was burning with pain. His injuries were not light. Just now, he had been sent flying by the ash wolf. It was as if a mountain had crashed into his body. That kind of power was too tyrannical. Yi Qingru and Chen Luoyin were helpless. In the end, they listened to the advice and quickly retreated. They knew that Chu Feng's words were not false. If they went up, they would most likely die a tragic death. Ah, there's a signal. The live broadcast is back. In front of the network, people were all staring at the screen in excitement. Damn it, the ash wolf has gone mad. That person is in danger. People saw that after the ash wolf's rage, its attacks were like the waves of the ocean, one after the other, surging and surging. It was too terrifying. The ash wolf continued to charge forward, while that person rapidly retreated. Along the way, boulders exploded, ancient trees collapsed, and leaves swirled in the air. That part of the forest had been razed to the ground. It could be said that nothing could stop the ash wolf. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit down on the incoming saber. Its forelimbs slammed down, causing the ground to split open and large black cracks to appear in the forest. One could only imagine how frightening that power was. A large part of the ancient forest had been completely destroyed. The ground was crisscrossed with thick cracks, and there were even many giant pits. Bang! The ash wolf became more and more ferocious. Its forelimbs slammed down, brushing against Chu Feng's helmet, causing it to emit a cracking sound. The anti-nuclear suit on his body had long since been torn apart. Only the hardest anti-nuclear helmet was still intact, but now it too was suddenly damaged. Many people cried out in alarm. They felt that the person was in danger and could very well die. Crack! The helmet exploded. At this moment, many people opened their eyes wide. That person was wearing an anti-nuclear helmet, so they could not see his face clearly. Now, People were both expectant and fearful. They wanted to see what he looked like, but they were also afraid that he would be seriously injured. Suddenly, the video call was cut off. There was no signal. Heavens, why did it get cut off again? What happened to him? This is so worrying. Please don't die in battle. Why is the ash wolf so hard to kill? It has slaughtered so many humans and is still so incomparably crazy. How hateful. Many people were anxious. It wasn't easy for such a great expert to appear, and he dared to kill the ash wolf alone. Such bravery had inspired many people. It would be too much of a pity if he were to die in battle. With a bang, the helmet exploded and Chu Feng was flung out. However, his grip on the saber tightened as he rapidly retreated after landing on the ground. The ash wolf's pupils were bone-piercingly cold. It pounced over as if it was flying at a frightening speed, covering a distance of over 100 meters with a single leap. Roar! The wolf's deafening howl shook the vast, ancient forest. It knew that this human was most likely on the verge of death. He had been so fast earlier and had consumed a great deal of energy. Now, it was time for it to take action. Go to hell. A beast king cannot be humiliated. The ash wolf's words were ice cold as it pounced forward in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, the human was exhausted. Both his strength and speed had declined. If this went on, he would die soon. The ash wolf was cruel and merciless. Kill! Suddenly, Chu Feng roared. In an instant, his breathing rhythm changed. White mist rose from his mouth and nostrils. He was using a special breathing technique to increase his strength and speed once again. He suddenly erupted at his weakest moment, catching the ash wolf unprepared and causing it to roar repeatedly. Chu Feng's eyes were ice cold. The saber light in his hand was like a silver waterfall, pouring out in torrents as he slashed forward in a frenzy, one slash after another. At the same time, his speed once again reached subsonic speed, and his physical strength increased explosively. Finally, there's a signal again. I feel like I'm living and dying along with the signal. Someone sighed. Oh my God, what happened? That person suddenly became incomparably brave and fierce. He's killing the ash wolf, causing it to continuously bleed. People cried out in alarm as they saw that silhouette pressing forward like a god of war. The saber in his hand transformed into a waterfall, causing the ash wolf to howl in anger. At this moment, the ash wolf's head and forelimbs were covered in blood. There were many wounds on its body, and its fur had been cut open. Even its mouth had a large bloody gash. Chu Feng went berserk. Each slash was fiercer than the previous. He knew that he had to kill the ash wolf in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would really lose this opportunity. The ash wolf's head was struck by the saber. It failed to block it, and the blade embedded itself in its skull. The pain caused it to howl mournfully as blood splattered everywhere. If not for the mysterious energy permeating its body, its head would have been split open and it would have died here. That was the power of a beast king, an ability close to divine ability. Roar! The ash wolf went all out. Its single eye shone brightly as it once again activated that terrifying ability that surpassed sorcery. In an instant, it spewed out raging flames from its nose and mouth, filling the air with smoke. It wanted to burn Chu Feng to death. However, this was too much for the ash wolf to bear. Its injured body could no longer support the use of this ability. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stopped so quickly after using it once. At this rate, it might be half crippled after this battle. In the blink of an eye, the area was drowned in smoke and black flames. Only two blurry figures could be seen fighting there. Chu Feng was using a special breathing technique. His body was enveloped by a mysterious power which blocked the attack of the black flames. He slashed out with all his might. He wanted nothing more than to decapitate the other party with a single slash, pushing his combat strength to the extreme. Clang, clang, clang. The ash wolf's body was injured once again. Its pupils constricted as it realized that the flames weren't very effective against Chu Feng, especially since its divine instinct had lost its effectiveness. This meant that the other party was close to it and was evenly matched. The two had reached the same level. It was horrified. It wasn't that the other party had become stronger, but rather that it had become weaker. It had been forced to use its divine ability, which had consumed too much of its energy. I've already slaughtered tens of thousands of people. I don't believe I can't kill you, the ash wolf roared. It put its life on the line and unleashed its most powerful ability. The flames in its mouth and nose had disappeared, but the earth had split open. Earth and rocks tumbled about like tidal waves as they smashed towards Chu Feng. This was its most powerful technique. Back when it massacred the city, it had used this kind of earth-shattering power to control the power of the earth. It had destroyed all the buildings and killed more than 700,000 people. Chu Feng couldn't stand steadily. He constantly stepped on the tumbling mountain rocks and waves of earth as he fought the ash wolf. Smoke and dust filled the sky. The mountainous region was like a tidal wave. Some of the woodlands rose high into the sky, while others sunk in. Hundreds of waves of earth and stone were rolling about. Die! The ash wolf used its most powerful technique. The earth and stone drowned Chu Feng as it pounced over. Crack! It shattered the snow-white longsword. At this time, not only did it possess divine abilities, but its body had also become incomparably tough. It broke the weapon in Chu Feng's hand. It was incomparably malevolent. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Chu Feng whole. Everyone in the outside world was terrified. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could vaguely see the ash wolf pouncing on Chu Feng and devouring him. Clang! At this moment, Chu Feng broke free from the earth and stone. A black light suddenly lit up in his hand. It was incomparably sharp as he quickly waved it out. The ash wolf's neck was slashed open and blood gushed out. At this moment, it felt its life force fading away and became weak. The ash wolf howled in anger and used the mysterious energy in its body to stop the bleeding. It retreated rapidly to avoid the black light. Chu Feng followed up. He had been waiting for an opportunity. The moment the long sword was shattered, the ash wolf was at its most careless moment. He suddenly used the black dagger and obtained a miraculous effect. Now that he had the upper hand, how could he not attack fiercely? The black dagger was incomparably tough. It continuously cut open the ash wolf's fur and heavily injured it. For the first time, the ash wolf felt fear. It felt its life force fading away too quickly. The main reason was that it had used a divine ability and overturned the earth. It had consumed too much energy. The next moment, Chu Feng's dagger almost completely chopped off its head, enlarging the wound on its neck. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Amidst the monstrous dust, the waves of earth and stone had stopped. That person was suppressing the ash wolf and constantly attacking it. The ash wolf roared angrily and used its greatest strength to send the dagger flying. Die! It roared and pounced forward with its ferocious mouth wide open. Chu Feng did not panic after losing the dagger. On the contrary, he became even calmer. His fists were covered in mysterious energy as he activated the demon ox fists with his special breathing technique. Bang, bang, bang. His fists were like the horns of the demon ox, indestructible and comparable to the edge of a blade. They smashed into the ash wolf's body, causing many flowers of blood to blossom. The crowd was shaken by the terrifying scene. That person had turned the tables on the ash wolf. He was like a demonic god as he took large strides forward and continuously bombarded with incomparably violent fist seals. Elo! The ash wolf was terrified because it could clearly feel that it was powerless and couldn't hold on for much longer. It had consumed too much energy just now. Chu Feng leapt up. His fist seals were firm and incomparably tyrannical. His right fist seemed to have transformed into a sharp demon ox horn as it smashed into the ash wolf's single eye. Illo! The ash wolf couldn't evade in time. It let out a mournful cry that shook the nearby primeval forest. Countless leaves rustled and fell as hundreds of beasts crawled and trembled in fear. Its single eye had been smashed, and its life force was rapidly declining. It was about to die. Heavens, he killed the ash wolf king. Chapter 105. The mournful howl of the wolf shook the entire mountain forest. It spat out thick smoke from its mouth, accompanied by terrifying black ripples. The surrounding vegetation was destroyed, and many boulders were blasted apart. Chufeng quickly retreated to avoid a counterattack before its death. Oh! The howl of the wolf was terrifying, and the hundreds of beasts trembled in fear. Even the birds nearby were shaken off, some even exploding in midair, turning into a bloody mist. With the ash wolf as the center, the black ripples rapidly spread out, creating a devastating disaster. Chufeng used a reckless ox roar to block the sound wave attack. Energy ripples also surged out from his mouth to neutralize the danger. The ash wolf's head was covered in blood, and its single eye had been blasted apart. It had gone mad, howling and howling, wanting nothing more than to tear Chufeng to shreds. It couldn't see anything and was afraid that Chufeng would approach again. It could only howl madly, using the sound waves to block this terrifying enemy. It was a beast king, and its strength far exceeded that of a mutant. Even though half of its body had been destroyed by the nuclear bomb, it still had some sort of arrogance and was not afraid of mutants. But now, it had suffered a crushing defeat. The ash wolf couldn't accept this. It was a beast king, and yet it was in such a miserable state. Its entire body was covered in wounds that were dripping with blood. Even its last eye had been punched through by someone, and it was a tragic sight. I could kill 700,000 people, but I have to die in the hands of a single person. Hello. It was unwilling to accept this and howled madly. The ash wolf could clearly feel its life force declining, and it would die before long. This filled it with fear and anger. If it had died in the hands of a beast king, it wouldn't feel sullen. That person had not reached this level. I want to live. The ash wolf swore in its heart. Its body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Its fur was split open, and its body was covered in blood. Its body seemed to be on the verge of exploding, but a terrifying aura suddenly permeated from its body. The outside world might not be able to see it, but Chufeng could clearly see that its broken teeth were falling off rapidly. Could it be that new teeth were growing out? What's going on? Chufeng was shocked. Its forelimbs were originally bare, but now they were badly mutilated, and a cold gleam gradually appeared. Claws were growing out. Its neck, which had almost been cut in half, was now healing. This was too strange. It actually had the ability to regenerate. Whoosh! Chufeng rushed over. Even if it was a dying counterattack, he still had to fight it to the death. This was because the ash wolf was undergoing a shocking transformation, as if it was about to undergo nirvana. He punched out, and his fist contained a mysterious energy. When it landed on the ash wolf's body, a bloody hole appeared, and fresh blood spurted out. The ash wolf howled and flew away. However, it didn't care and continued to roar. All the fur on its body fell off, and in the blink of an eye, new fine wolf fur grew out. This time, the wolf's fur was even brighter, and its aura was extremely terrifying. You still want to come back to life? Impossible. Chufeng's eyes flashed like lightning as he used his greatest strength to unleash the demon ox fists of great strength. Bang, bang, bang. Chufeng's strength was terrifying. His fists were like the horns of a demonic ox, piercing through everything in their path. More than a dozen punches landed on the ash wolf's body, and strings of blood blossomed. The ash wolf howled in anger. It was too passive. It was anxious and fearful. Its transformation still needed time. In the past, it had an extraordinary encounter. It had devoured several mutant fruits in the depths of the mountains, and one of them had allowed it to sense that it could unlock an astonishing regenerative ability. The premise was that it needed to break through the shackles of the initial stage of the Beast King realm and break a bloodline shackle within its body. That way, it would have a chance to be reborn and achieve nirvana. The ash wolf went berserk. Its body rolled about, wanting to break that shackle and unleash its regenerative ability. However, it also knew that its condition was extremely poor, and it wasn't suitable to do so. Even if it could unlock that ability, it would only allow it to live on. It wanted to restore its damaged body to its original state, but there was no hope for it in this lifetime. However, it had no choice but to squander this opportunity, or else it would die. Originally, it wanted to recuperate for a few months before proceeding. Aoo! The ash wolf howled in incomparable pain. It was suffering from Chu Feng's terrifying fists, and some holes had appeared on its body. Its newly grown fur was dyed red with blood. Fear filled its heart. As a beast king, it actually had such a day. Not long ago, it had roared through the Nangizhou Plateau and carried out massacres. But now, it was in such a miserable state. Oh! The ash wolf howled as it began to run for its life, avoiding Chu Feng's fists. Just now, there had been tumbling waves of earth and rocks, and even now, the area was still filled with smoke and dust. Although the people in the outside world couldn't see clearly, they could see the general situation. Many people were incomparably excited. The ash wolf used to be so ferocious, but now it was being beaten to the ground by that demonic, godlike figure. Kill it! Many people shouted excitedly. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Boom! Suddenly, an astonishing aura pervaded the air from the ash wolf's body. All of its broken teeth fell off, and a new pair of fangs rapidly grew out. It was a terrifying scene. This was the essence of its transformation. After rebirth, this pair of fangs would become its most powerful weapon. Unfortunately, the latter half of its body was badly mutilated and could not be regenerated. Moreover, it had consumed a large amount of essence blood, causing its condition to be extremely terrible. The ash wolf was in despair. It knew that its rebirth this time had failed, and that this was the end. It had a premonition that it wouldn't be able to live on. Roar! It roared and its pair of wolf ears perked up. It listened to the wind generated by the fists and sensed Chu Feng's position. Then it activated its divine instinct and pounced back. A cornered beast, it retaliated on the brink of death, wanting to drag Chu Feng down with it. The people in the outside world were shocked. How did this ash wolf become stronger? Its ferocity was monstrous. How is this possible? Heavens, has this wolf recovered to its original state? Why can't we kill it? What a terrifying ability. Does this ash wolf have an immortal body? We must kill it. Everyone was perturbed and uneasy. Chu Feng didn't know what was going on with the ash wolf. He only saw that it had grown new fur and a pair of fangs. He felt that it was about to recover, so he had no choice but to take action. How could he tolerate the ash wolf's rebirth at this stage? Kill! Chu Feng fought with all his might. He was practicing a special breathing technique and activating the Demon Ox fists at the same time. His combat strength soared to the extreme, and every punch was incomparably terrifying. The wind generated by his fists was vast and mighty, sending sand and pebbles flying. Boom! Chu Feng clashed head-on with the ash wolf. After dozens of exchanges, he was sure that this beast king was finished. Although it looked crazy, its strength was actually weakening. Dong, dong, dong! Chu Feng had gone berserk. His punches almost broke through the sound barrier, emitting a terrifying, explosive sound. It was even more terrifying than a clap of thunder. Several punches landed on the ash wolf's head. With a bang, the ash wolf finally couldn't take it anymore and was sent flying. Its body was covered in blood, and its fangs were exposed. Roar! With a roar, its body began to spasm. It lay there, covered in blood, no longer able to stand up. Clang! Chu Feng found the black dagger, pulled it out from the crevice, and walked forward. He was worried. He didn't know if the ash wolf would be reborn. Only by cutting off its head would he feel at ease. Chu Feng was utterly exhausted. He was swaying as he walked. This battle had been extremely arduous. It was simply too difficult. The ash wolf had a premonition that it didn't have much time left. At this moment, it was filled with despair and unwillingness. It couldn't help but let out an earth-shattering howl. Roar! This howl shook the entire desolate mountain. Countless leaves in the primitive forest rustled and fell. All kinds of birds and beasts were trembling, not daring to make sound. This time, the howl of the wolf was too loud. Even though the filming location was very far away, the howl still penetrated through. Those who were watching the live broadcast were horrified because the desolate howl of the wolf seemed to be ringing out right beside their ears. The ash wolf was about to die. Everyone's heart trembled. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they could kill it. The depression in their hearts was swept away. The beast king that had brought disaster to this region was about to die. Suddenly, Chu Feng was horrified. All the hair on his body stood on end. The two newly grown fangs in the ash wolf's mouth had unknowingly fallen off and were shooting toward him at an extreme speed. At the same time, he felt pain all over his body. It was the feeling of being targeted by a hot weapon. His entire body was enveloped by it. At this moment, Chu Feng's eyes were ice cold. He had to first evade the ash wolf's final attack before it died. That was the only way to kill him. His reaction was fast, his body directly sticking to the ground. The two fangs were snow white and brilliant, but they were also extremely terrifying. They flew past his body, piercing through the boulder and smashing into the mountain wall, not too far away, directly sinking in. Chu Feng stuck close to the ground and rushed toward the Wolf King without a care for anything else. He had the opportunity to evade the surrounding bullets, but he didn't do so. He would never be at ease until he beheaded the Beast King. Chu Feng approached the Ash Wolf while sticking close to the ground. With a slash of his sword, the Ash Wolf's neck was split open. That huge wolf head directly rolled onto the ground, king blood gushing out. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets poured down in torrents, completely enveloping the entire area. Boom, boom, boom. There were actually artillery shells and other powerful armor-piercing bullets. Someone was using heavy firearms and bombarding the area in a frenzy. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. Damn it, who is this? Which power is it? How dare they do this? Oh my God, this is too cruel. Are they even human? How dare they target the meritorious person who killed the Ash Wolf King? Everyone watching the live broadcast stood up, wanting nothing more than to rush over and drag out the culprits. It's over. He just finished battling the Ash Wolf King. Just now, his steps were unsteady and he was staggering. Now that he's met with such a fatal blow, can he still survive? The crowd was enraged. Everyone who saw this scene was enraged. They couldn't bear it and wanted to scream and scream, hoping to find the culprits and kill them all. There's an old saying here: the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, if it weren't for the fact that you're already an arrow at the end of its flight, we wouldn't have dared to make a move. Game over. In the distance, someone laughed coldly and incomparably insolent. The clairvoyant Ouyang Qing howled and charged forward like a madman, ready to fight with his life on the line. At this time, his eyes were bloodshot. He needed to get closer in order to determine the enemy's location with his astonishing hearing. The clairvoyant Du Huaijin also went berserk and ran forward with all his might. He was constantly informing Yi Qingru and Chen Luoyan of the enemy's specific location. All of you deserve to die. The four of them went berserk. Never in their wildest dreams would they have expected that someone would be so deranged as to kill the Ash Wolf King's killer. The battlefield was filled with smoke and the ground was littered with huge craters, all caused by the bombardment of firearms. At this moment, Chu Feng was lying under the wolf's corpse, his eyes cold and merciless. In his hand were several long bullets, and his clothes were riddled with bullet holes. However, none of the bullets had penetrated his body, and he had forcefully resisted them. He had indeed exhausted all his strength, but the toughness of his body was beyond imagination. He had not been killed by the enemy. All of you must die, Chu Feng said coldly. Chapter 106. In the depths of the forest, a few golden-haired men were laughing in an unbridled manner. To them, it was time to reap the rewards. That was a beast king, a rare treasure. Although they had not killed it personally, it had become their spoils of war. All the countries were envious. Their carefree laughter reverberated through the forest. They had long since ordered their subordinates to pack up the spoils of war and prepare to retreat at top speed. Two figures quickly rushed over. They had Eastern faces, and when they met up with the others, they were clearly the leaders. The two of them were also quite excited, because their gains were just too great. This operation could be said to be perfect. A middle-aged, golden-haired man laughed heartily. He was very tall and possessed a kind of wild nature. The one calmly nodded and said with a smile, "Very successful. Now that the Beast King belongs to us, it's worth celebrating. However, we have to leave quickly lest the night is fraught with dreams." "That's right. Take the Beast King and leave quickly." A golden-haired old man nodded. His pronunciation was very strange and somewhat stiff, but he was laughing and saying, "This reminds me of a certain Eastern poem. It's very fitting. Brushing one's robes and leaving after the deed is done. One's achievements and fame are deeply hidden." Ha! Their subordinates were carrying firearms on their backs. Their movements were agile as they rushed forward to transport the Ash Wolf's corpse. Everyone was very excited. To them, this operation was too smooth. They had obtained the most astonishing treasures without suffering heavy casualties. Everyone was very excited. They were not the leaders, but they could still get a share of the spoils. These people were of mixed races. There were Westerners as well as typical Easterners. They all had a similar temperament, which was intrepidity. Trash! The clairvoyant Du Huijin roared from afar. He was running madly while firing a certain firearm called War God. Bang! In the distance, a person's head burst open like a rotten watermelon. His corpse fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Du Huijin fired continuously. His eyes shot out golden beams of light that far surpassed ordinary humans. It could be said that he was a godly sharpshooter. Each shot killed 6 or 7 people in a row. The forest was in chaos. Avenge the boss. The clairaudient was also roaring. He relied on his astonishing hearing to determine where the experts were scattered and fired continuously. As for Yi Qingru, she was even more terrifying. She spread her pure white wings and, after receiving the clairaudient and clairaudient's instructions, charged forward with extreme speed and began a massacre. Boom! Chen Luoyan also went berserk and continued to attack. In the mountain forest, blood splashed everywhere. That group of people had suffered great losses. It won't affect the overall situation. The golden-haired old man's face darkened as he spoke. They moved quickly and approached the Ash Wolf's corpse. "Let's retreat first. There must be other hunters in this forest. Moving the Beast King away is the most important thing." Boom! In the forest, terrifying flames erupted. The firepower was ferocious as this group of people began to counterattack. They had brought in heavy weaponry and could be considered savage as they swept through the forest. If they wanted to suppress Yi Qingru and Ouyang Qing, they only needed to buy some time. There were many of them, and there were even reinforcements outside. Damn it, why are there so many people? These are not ordinary murderers and bandits. How did they come to the east? Du Huijin was shocked. There were more than 100 people scattered in the forest, fighting with them. No matter how many people there are, they still have to die. "Let's get revenge for Chu Feng," Yi Qingru said. She moved through the mountain forest, carrying out a massacre. "You two be careful. I'll go kill some big fish," Chen Luoyan said. He had obtained a hint from the clairvoyant and clairaudient and determined the direction of the leader of the group. He wanted to kill them. "Don't worry, although we are not as good as you, we can still be considered experts," Ouyang Qing said. The outside world was in an uproar. Everyone felt terrible about the final result. As a fellow human, that expert had risked his life to kill the Ash Wolf. He was exhausted, and yet he was killed. To normal people, this was unacceptable. Some of the major powers received reports and understood the situation in the mountains. "We don't have enough manpower. If we really attack, we won't be able to gain any advantage. Please send reinforcements," someone reported to the headquarters. "Don't act rashly." Some of the higher-ups of the major powers received the report. Some of them immediately issued a strict order not to get involved. Obviously, the people in the depths of the mountains were unwilling to give up. They felt that the Beast King was so close at hand. That expert is already dead. It's not like we're snatching it from him. There's no psychological burden. Shut up. Someone has broadcasted the battle in the mountains. The outside world is now in chaos. Everyone is furious. If we rush up now, we're just courting death. The people in the mountains were all dumbfounded after hearing this. Similar conversations and orders were being issued among the major powers. They all issued strict orders for their men to not cause trouble. Otherwise, they would die an ugly death. At this time, many people appeared in front of the ash wolf's corpse and surrounded it. They moved quickly and orderly, moving the ash wolf's corpse. Even the blood flowing on the ground was being collected. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy and excitement. The 4 Western leaders and 2 Eastern leaders had also arrived. Even though they were incomparably ferocious, they were trembling at this moment. The Beast King had become their spoils of war. "Where's that expert?" the golden-haired elder asked. "Over there." Someone pointed to the side of the wolf's corpse. "Now, what a pity. There's an old saying here. The rafter that sticks out first rots. You're very unlucky. Rest in peace." The golden-haired elder laughed mischievously. He drew his gun and was prepared to smash Chu Feng to pieces. Chu Feng's body was covered in blood. Some of it was coughed out from his mouth during the battle, and some of it was splattered from the wolf's blood, dyeing his tattered clothes red. Apart from the area between his thumb and forefinger, there were no other wounds on his body. He looks so young, but he's actually so powerful. How unexpected. A golden-haired lady licked her red lips. She was also one of the leaders. She seemed to be slightly regretful. She also raised her hand, preparing to add another shot. At this moment, many people cried out, because Chu Feng suddenly sat up, opened his eyes, and looked coldly at everyone. Heavens, how did he come back to life? Everyone had already seen that his clothes were riddled with bullet holes and stained with blood. They thought he was already dead and never expected him to come back to life. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that this was an existence that dared to kill a beast king. The few leaders reacted the fastest and opened fire in an instant. Each and every one of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. They were horrified and felt their hair stand on end. These people realized that they had encountered a major problem. However, all the bullets missed. That man was too fast, bringing with him a gale. Puffed. Chu Feng held the black dagger in his hand. His expression was ice-cold as he slashed one head at a time. It could be said that he had swept across the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of corpses had fallen. Almost everyone here was a mutant, but none of them could withstand a single blow from him. Only a few leaders reacted quickly. They fled at top speed, wanted to leave this place. An Asian leader was overtaken by Chu Feng. When Chu Feng's sword swept over, he roared loudly and turned around to meet the attack. Unfortunately, he was no match for Chu Feng. Bang! This person was cleaved into 2 halves by Chu Feng's sword. Oh heavens! The others cried out. Chu Feng hated them to the core. Regardless of whether they were natives or Westerners, they actually dared to ambush him after his battle with the Wolf King. How could he tolerate this? If it had been someone else, they would definitely have died. Chun Luoyin and Yi Qingru had also arrived. Their targets were the few leaders, but in the end, they saw that Chu Feng had come back from the dead and was starting a massacre. Their eyes were wide open. Oh heavens, the boss has come back to life. 1,000 Miles and Clairaudient cried out in bewilderment. In the dark, there were troops from other powers who were incomparably shaken. That man was like a gale, sweeping through the forest with earth, rocks, and fallen leaves. He was simply too fast. There were more than 100 people there, but he had killed more than half of them in one breath. He was definitely like a demonic god. I can't see his movements clearly, but why do I feel that he's even more ferocious than before? Nonsense. These people are not Beast Kings. This is a ruthless character who dared to kill the Ash Wolf. Killing these people is a piece of cake for him. No one dared to act recklessly. Chu Feng's resurrection had shaken the entire forest. Not a single person dared to move recklessly for fear of being misunderstood and killed. Moreover, the irrelevant people were retreating, not wanting to stay here any longer. On the other side, The leader with an eastern face was kicked in the spine by Chu Feng. As a result, his entire body was broken and sent flying. Demon! The blonde female leader screamed. A pair of wings appeared on her back, and she had long since soared into the sky. She simply couldn't muster the slightest bit of resistance. She was truly terrified and turned to flee. Yi Qingru blocked her path. Oh heavens! At this moment, many people cried out in alarm. That was because Chu Feng had stepped on a small hill and soared into the sky, bringing with him fallen leaves, sand, and stones. Go kill those who escaped. Leave this place to me, Chu Feng said. He borrowed the strength of the small hill to leap high into the sky. He was simply too ferocious as he punched out. Ah! The blonde lady was so frightened that she screamed. Her face was devoid of blood. This person was like a demon to her, impossible to defeat. According to Yellow Cattle's standard, she was at least a level 5 Awakened Realm expert. But now, she was intimidated and her counterattack was in a panic. Bang! Chu Feng's fist pierced through her chest, drawing a large amount of blood. He didn't even look back as he fell into the forest. In fact, there was no need to look back. How can an ordinary mutant block that kind of punch? The blonde lady screamed and fell head first to the ground, dead in an instant. Yi Qingru was shocked. She was in midair, her heart pounding violently. This kind of fatal scene made even her hair stand on end. However, she didn't waste any time and rushed into the distance, chasing after those who had escaped. The clairvoyant and clairaudient let out strange cries. They felt that Chu Feng was too valiant. Shen Luoyin also left the area and chased after them. As for the other forces in the forest, they all shrank back, not daring to stay any longer. They quietly retreated. Now, only the blonde elder and the middle-aged man were left near the ash wolf. The others had all been killed. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that they had been intercepted by Chu Feng. It was quiet here. The other forces had all run away in fear. Don't kill us. We can tell you a huge secret, the blonde elder said. He was terrified, but there was no other way. He tried to communicate with Chu Feng. Chu Feng's face was cold, and he didn't say a word. We know of a secret passage. Through a valley full of fog, we can instantly reach your land from Europe, the elder said quickly. This shocked Chu Feng. This was definitely a big deal. Through a valley full of fog, one could connect the east and west. You have to let us go first. I can only tell you after we reach a safe area, the elder said through clenched teeth. If you don't want to talk, then die. There are so many people who have escaped into the forest. There must be someone who is willing to talk. Chu Feng said calmly. The elder roared and quickly transformed. Demonic horns grew on his head, and his body was covered in black scales. His physique grew larger. As for the blonde middle-aged man, he was even weirder. His body was silvery white and emitted a metallic luster. He suddenly rushed over and fought to the death with Chu Feng. The two of them were indeed strong, but they were nothing in front of Chu Feng. Their bodies cracked, and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Poo-pee-you. In the end, their heads flew up and were mercilessly chopped off by Chu Feng. The battle was over. Ouyang Qing and Du Huaijin rushed over. They were incomparably excited. Seeing Chu Feng come back to life was the best news they could have received. Chu Feng felt a wave of weakness. He instantly sat on the wolf's corpse. The consecutive battles had consumed too much of his energy. The clairaudient Ouyang Qing was energized and continued to film. However, Chu Feng didn't let him film himself. He sat in the distance to rest and recover his energy. In the outside world, the live broadcast suddenly appeared again. Everyone was instantly nervous, and everyone stared at the screen. The ground was littered with corpses, and it was a little scary. Oh my God, aren't those the wanted criminals from Europe? Why are they here? Someone cried out in fear. They recognized the Western leaders as the wanted criminals of many years ago. Now, they had mutated and turned into mutants. Were they the ones who fired the sniper rifle just now? But they are all dead. This means, in the outside world, many people were speculating. The internet was boiling over. Yi Qingru and Chen Luoyin chased the remaining people all the way to the edge of the mountain. They had killed almost all of them, But unexpectedly, another group of people appeared to rescue them. However, what happened next made those people tremble in fear. Outside the mountain, armed helicopters roared and madly strafed them. The army had appeared and surrounded them. These people didn't know that the incident in the mountain was being broadcasted live. It had alarmed all parties. Not only were the ordinary people furious, even the army was furious. Not long ago, the ash wolf had been killed here. There had always been an army stationed outside the mountain, far away from the radiation zone. Now that they had received the news, they immediately sent their mutants over. It could be said that these people were very unlucky. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. After investigation, their leader is a wanted criminal from the West. Also, they have a secret passage. Chapter 107. The forest quieted down. There was no longer anyone spying on the ash wolf. Everyone had fled in fright, be it the Westerners or the major powers. Compared to the tense atmosphere just now, it was too peaceful. Du Huaijin and Ouyang Qing had to expend a great deal of effort to dig out the two snow-white fangs from the mountain wall. They were alarmed at the sight of the ash wolf's fangs. The ash wolf's final attack before it died was to shoot out this pair of fangs. The fangs penetrated the boulder and crashed into the mountain wall. It was simply indestructible. The fangs were over a meter long, thicker than an arm, and extremely heavy. This was only because the ash wolf had failed its nirvana. The fangs had only just taken shape and not reached their full size. Otherwise, they would be even thicker. Why do I feel that there's a mysterious energy within them? Ouyang Qing was suspicious. Chu Feng received the fangs and nodded, full of vitality. He guessed that this was related to the ash wolf's nirvana. The fangs contained a rich life energy and could be polished into a sturdy weapon or even made into a pendant. He decided to make some beads for his parents to wear. It would definitely be beneficial. This was a beast king. Every item on its body had research value. Not to mention the corporations, even the various countries were envious and wanted to get their hands on it. Yi Qingru and Chun Luoyan had returned with fruitful results. They had chased the ash wolf all the way and almost wiped out the remnants. The rest were left to the army to deal with. They had to keep some alive for interrogation. The results this time were astonishing. The ash wolf had been killed by Chu Feng. It was impossible not to cause a commotion. One could already imagine how great the waves would be in the outside world. The group stared at Chu Feng as if they were looking at a monster. The scene of the battle just now was still fresh in their minds, shocking them to the core. Enough, don't say anything. Let's drink a few bowls of Beast King blood first. Chu Feng said. These words immediately made the group dizzy. Chu Feng laughed heartily and ordered the group to find a canteen to collect the ash wolf's blood. By the time the army arrived with specialists, they were just in time to see the group clinking cups and drinking the king's blood. An old man was so scared that his soul almost flew out. He hurriedly shouted, "You can't drink it. It's harmful to the body if it's not treated properly." He was the person in charge of a top-notch laboratory in the country. He ran over quickly with a group of people. He was panting and his face was pale. The white-haired old man didn't know what to say. He had never seen such a big heart. He directly wanted to drink the blood of a beast king. This was too bold. Right now, beast king blood was extremely rare. The competition between the top laboratories in the country was intense. Every single drop of blood was priceless in their eyes. These people, on the other hand, wanted to drink from such a big jug. It was really frightening. You really can't drink it? Ouyang Qing was doubtful and put down the kettle. In fact, the few of them didn't really want to drink it directly. They were also afraid that something would go wrong. They were just testing on purpose. The Beast King's blood can indeed make people evolve, but it needs to be extracted from the effective substances and mixed with some other drugs. Otherwise, the effect won't be great, the old man explained patiently. He didn't dare to be negligent. These people were great contributors, and the higher-ups had already given orders that the effective ingredients of the Beast King's blood had to be extracted and given to these people as soon as possible. Chu Feng sat in the distance and put on his anti-nuclear suit and helmet. Yi Qingru had helped him find these things. Chu Feng didn't want to be surrounded by people. In fact, a group of people were secretly glancing at him. They were too curious. That man had killed the ash wolf alone. This kind of battle record was simply frightening. The mutants in the army were all very excited. If it weren't for the strict discipline, they would have already run over to Chu Feng. They were eager to say a few words to him. Even the researchers were very eager, especially the old man from the top laboratory. He directly ran over to Chu Feng with a frighteningly fiery look in his eyes. "Old man, don't come over. Don't say anything," Chu Feng warned him. He had guessed something when he saw that fiery look in the old man's eyes. The group of people was speechless. They could guess what the old man wanted to do. Sure enough, the old man was stuttering. His heart was indeed burning with passion. He hoped that Chu Feng would provide him with his own blood and let him take it away for testing. But he couldn't force it. "Don't even think about it," Chu Feng warned the old man again. The group of people couldn't help but laugh. The old man was at a loss for words. Normally, no one dared to disobey him. He would grant all his requests. But now that the man had said so, he couldn't do anything about it. A large group of researchers surrounded the ash wolf. They brought professional equipment to collect the flowing blood and preserve its vitality. Then, they hurriedly moved the equipment, not daring to delay any longer. "Old man, do your research well and extract the essence as soon as possible. I'm still waiting to eat the king's blood to evolve," Ouyang Qing earnestly urged. "Wait a moment," Chu Feng said. He wanted to keep one of the wolf's legs as he watched them move the carcass. The researchers were puzzled and looked at him suspiciously. When they understood that he wanted to roast a wolf's leg to eat, their faces turned green with fright. They blocked his way, not letting him get close. They repeatedly cried out that it was a waste of God's resources. In the end, it was the old man who had a solution. He told Chu Feng that after the Wolf King was attacked by a nuclear bomb, its entire body was contaminated. Eating its meat was no different from eating arsenic. Chu Feng looked at his companions, but the clairvoyant, clairaudient, Yi Qingru, and Chun Luoyin shook their heads with all their might. They would rather die than eat it. Then forget it. In the end, he carried the two wolf fangs away. The people in the laboratory were so distressed that they wanted to cry in front of him. In the end, they couldn't stop him and could only watch helplessly as he carried away the two huge fangs. These people were too resentful. For a long time, they gazed at his departing figure. That day, Chu Feng secretly boarded a plane and flew to Shuntian in the north. Yi Qingru, Chen Luoyin, and the others temporarily stayed behind to contact the army and report the details of the battle. The outside world was in an uproar. The Ash Wolf's death had a huge impact. Afterward, countless people watched the broadcast and were indescribably shaken. It was a human who had single-handedly fought against the Beast King and finally beheaded it. It could be said that it was quite inspiring. Who is he? This was the answer everyone wanted to know. Unfortunately, that person was wearing a helmet at that time, so they couldn't see his face clearly. Moreover, after the helmet was smashed by the Ash Wolf, it was covered in a cloud of dust, making it difficult to see his face clearly. Jiang Luoshin watched the broadcast again and again, staring at the screen, watching the battle scene over and over again. Similarly, back in Jiangning, Linoy also watched it several times. Very soon, the news spread abroad. Every country was envious. That was a beast king with immeasurable research value. They wanted nothing more than to snatch it away. That day, someone from the military contacted the European side and sent over the photos of the leaders killed by Chu Feng, asking for a reward. That was because this was a criminal wanted by Europe for many years. When the people over there received the news, they were speechless and didn't know what to say. "You guys already have a beast king. Why do you still care about such a small reward?" On the plane, Chu Feng's body was emitting crackling sounds. He was using the thunderous breathing technique to regulate his body. The effect was obvious. His body was resonating with it. His internal organs were sparkling, and his bones were trembling as if they were being struck by lightning. After thousands of tempering, almost invisible impurities were expelled from his body. The area between his thumb and forefinger started to overflow with extravasated blood. Then, the wound started to glow and heal rapidly. He had to use both breathing techniques every day. Not long after, his communicator rang. Yellow Cattle had taken the initiative to contact him and video chat with him. Moo! Yellow Cattle stared at him with a strange expression. Apparently, it had also seen the battle scene. At the same time, the Black Yak also moved closer to the screen and stared at Chu Feng, saying, "Brat, not bad. You actually killed that mutt. You somewhat have the elegance of my youth." "Black Boss, when were you young? Was it a few hundred years ago or 1,000 years ago?" Chu Feng seized the opportunity to inquire about his true age. "Damn it, little bastard, just you wait. When I return to Shuntian, I'll definitely kill you. You're incorrigible. This seat is called Bull Demon, not Black Boss, nor Old Black Boss." The Black Yak was furious. Chu Feng laughed dryly. That kind of address was too smooth. He couldn't help but say it out loud every time. He explained, "Boss Bull Demon, I don't mean anything else. I just want to know which area you're from. Don't you know what age means to us? That's a secret." The Black Yak didn't want to tell him. At the same time, he laughed mischievously and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news." Hearing this, Chu Feng was immediately energized. He urged the cat to speak quickly. "I've heard some rumors. A Beast King has spread the word that he'll kill you." Chu Feng's expression immediately collapsed. He said, "Which old bastard is thinking about me?" He was indeed apprehensive. He had a bad premonition. "I'm just scaring you to prevent you from getting carried away. But you really have to be careful. The beam that sticks out rots first." "Be careful," the Black Yak warned. Chu Feng nodded solemnly. "How are you guys doing at Mount Kunlun? I want to kill my way there too. Come here. I'm sure there's a Beast King waiting for you here." The Black Yak harbored evil intentions. "Chu Feng, come quickly. Mount Kunlun is completely different from before. From afar, it looks like the temple of Queen Mother of West is faintly discernible. But we can't attack it." Zhou Quan cried out. He really wanted someone to accompany him. Usually, all he saw were demons. He missed the human society. They talked for a long time until Chu Feng's communicator ran out of battery. The next day, Chu Feng returned to Shuntian before the sun had even risen. His journey home was smooth. He didn't rest. Instead, he welcomed the morning glow and practiced the special breathing technique. He could use this breathing technique continuously during battle. But when it came to the evolution of his constitution, it was only effective during the morning and evening. The rich golden glow of dawn enveloped him. Vigorous vitality pervaded the air. When he stopped, the wounds on his hands had completely healed. There wasn't even a scar left. This was extremely shocking. Chu Feng realized that this breathing technique was too extraordinary. Finally, Wang Jing and Chu Ziyuan realized that he had returned. They blocked him in the room. "Stinky brat, you hid outside and didn't dare to come back. Did you really do something to that girl?" Wang Jing grabbed his ear. The current Chu Feng was completely different from when he was in battle. He grimaced in pain and didn't have any temper in front of his mother. He was being cruelly suppressed. "Mom, I'm not lying. That girl's standards are too high. She doesn't like me," Chu Feng explained, asking her to let go of his ear. "Nonsense. Her aunt told me that the girl tried to contact you last night, but you ignored her. I think there's still a chance." Wang Jing said, "How can that be? Oh, I remember now. My communicator ran out of battery yesterday." Chu Feng frowned. Early in the morning, Xia Qinyu was talking to Jiang Luoshan. She complained, "Luoshan, that pervert must have blacklisted me. I couldn't get in touch with him last night or this morning. I'm so angry. He actually took the initiative to blacklist me." "All right, why are you looking for him?" "I want to take a look at you again. I want to see if you two are suitable to continue dating," Jiang Luoshan replied. "Are you looking for a beating? You still want to keep in touch with that pervert?" Xia Qinyu screamed. Then, she revealed a strange expression and said, "Luoshan, don't tell me it's you. What are you thinking? Try contacting him again." In Chu Feng's house, when Wang Jing went to prepare breakfast, only the father and son were left. Chu Ziyuan's expression immediately became serious. He asked, "Are you the one who killed the ash wolf?" In the battle scene, although the man was wearing a nuclear protective suit and a helmet, after watching it repeatedly, Chu Ziyuan suspected that it was his son. Wang Jing didn't think that way. She always thought that Chu Feng was in the Hollow Jade Temple. Yesterday, Chu Ziyuan didn't dare to tell her about his suspicions because he didn't want her to worry. "It's me." Chu Feng nodded. He didn't expect his father to be so sensitive. After the battle, he also watched the battle scene. He felt that even acquaintances wouldn't be able to recognize the man. The nuclear protective suit was slightly bloated, and the helmet covered the face. Although the helmet was broken in the end, the ash wolf had used a supernatural ability, causing the earth and rocks to surge and dust to fill the air. It was a blur. "It's too risky," Chu Ziyuan said. He was extremely worried, but he was also shocked to see Chu Feng return safely. How could his son be so strong? "If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have gone." Chu Feng tried his best to relax. Then he smiled and said, "I brought back something good for you." He took out 2 huge wolf fangs from under the bed and said, "When we get back, I'll make them into beads or pendants. You and Mom should wear them. It's guaranteed to keep you healthy." He was sure that these 2 wolf fangs contained a strong vitality. Chu Ziyuan looked at the 2 fangs. He was quite shocked. One could imagine how terrifying that Beast King was. The outside world is in an uproar. I'm sure many people are guessing the identity of the King of Beasts. If I can recognize it, then others will also be suspicious, Chu Ziyuan said. "You are my father. You know my background. Of course, you can guess it. But they don't have the foresight." Chu Feng laughed. "Turn on your communicator and see who is looking for you," Chu Ziyuan said. Chu Feng nodded. After charging the communicator, he felt a little dizzy. There were too many missed calls. Chapter 108. Chu Feng had a headache. There were so many missed calls. How was it? Chu Ziyuan looked at him. Chu Feng frowned and said, "You guessed it right. A lot of people are looking for me." "Don't worry. It's impossible for so many people to guess it," Chu Ziyuan said. Even he had only suspected his son after watching the broadcast several times. Chu Feng nodded. After Chu Ziyuan left his room, he dialed Linoy's number. "Where are you?" Linoy asked. Although her temperament was a little cold, her voice was pleasant and magnetic. "Shuntian," Chu Feng smiled. He told her that his communicator ran out of battery yesterday. Soon, Linoy sent a video call request. Chu Feng agreed without hesitation. Linoy's figure appeared on the screen. She had a pair of deep and beautiful eyes. Her pretty face was fair and crystal clear. There was not a single flaw on her face. She was beautiful and refined. How pleasing to the eye. Chu Feng smiled with appreciation. Linoy moved to the window. For a moment, Chu Feng was even more amazed. The morning sun shone in through the window. Not only did it make Linoy's face glow, but even her hair had a golden halo. She looked holy. At this moment, not to mention Chu Feng, anyone who saw her would think that she was extremely beautiful. "Hey, my eyes were dazzled by you again," Chu Feng said. "Is this your room?" Linoy asked. "Yes. I don't have much privacy here. Feel free to look around. I promise I'm not hiding a mistress." Chu Feng said this, but he was desperately looking at Linoy's direction. Linoy asked, "What are you looking at?" "Of course. You're my room. I haven't been in it yet," Chu Feng said naturally. Linoy was speechless. However, she was not intimidated. Instead, she took a picture of the room with her communicator and let him see it carefully. The room was very big, clean and tidy, and warm at the same time. "Huh? Why?" Chu Feng was puzzled. "Are you trying to say that my temperament is cold, but the color of my room is warm?" Linoy smiled, like a beautiful flower blooming in the snow, incomparably brilliant. Chu Feng naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to appreciate such beauty, but he said something different. "It's not about the color. Rather, why is your room so clean and tidy? Don't you say that in a so-called boudoir, there would be all kinds of stockings, undergarments, and—" Linoy glared at him. This fellow had not changed at all. Okay, I won't say any more. What a pity, I didn't see anything." "Let me see your hand." Linoy suddenly said. Hearing that, Chu Feng placed the communicator on the desk and stretched out his hands for her to see. His fingers were fair and long. He was rather narcissistic. Not bad, right? Linoy's eyes narrowed as she stared at it carefully. Is that you? She seemed to be whispering to herself. Of course, it's definitely me, Chu Feng answered. Naoi. At this time, there was a knock on Linoy's door. Someone was looking for her. My mom is looking for me, Linoy said in a low voice. What does her mother look like? Let me have a look. Chu Feng grinned cheekily. Beep. On the other side, Linoy ended the call. Chu Feng went online and casually browsed through an official military report. It told people that the expert who killed the Ash Wolf was not killed by a sneak attack and was alive and well. It was just that his hands were injured during the battle with the Ash Wolf, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger was cracked. Is that so? Chu Feng rubbed his temples. Eat. Wang Jing called for him to eat breakfast. Coming. After breakfast, Chu Feng returned to his room. He decided to first read through the various news reports to understand the impact of the battle before replying to those people. Just as he had expected, the outside world was in an uproar, and heated discussions could be heard everywhere. Countless people were guessing who killed the Ash Wolf. The impact of this matter was too great. That was an otherworldly expert, a hidden expert. Did you guys see his fist technique? It's too old-fashioned. According to many old fist masters, this person has been practicing fist techniques for at least 90 years. Stop bullshitting. 90 years? How old is he? Is he already a 100-year-old man? At that age, he can't even walk properly. How can he fight? Be realistic. I think that person is full of vigor and healthy. He's definitely a young man. Nonsense. Eating mutant fruits can increase one's lifespan. It's precisely because of this that an old grandmaster who has been practicing fist techniques for more than 100 years can have such unparalleled strength. The more you talk about it, the more ridiculous it is. Just a moment ago, someone said he had been practicing fist techniques for 90 years. How did it become 100 years? These heated discussions on the internet made Chu Feng read with great interest. This was just one of the hot topics. There are many more to come. All kinds of reports were overwhelming. There were too many people participating in the heated discussions. Many of the viewpoints were novel. This person practiced Xingyi Fist. Did you guys see that? His back was as taut as a dragon, and his aura was like a tiger. Only Xingyi Fist could encompass all of these. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know fist techniques. That was clearly Bajiquan. Nonsense. That's a high-level variant of Sanzhou that combines Bahua Zhang and Taiji Fist. You guys are all amateurs. This was another hot topic. Chu Feng read all kinds of reports and scanned through all the hot topics. He had a general idea of the impact of this incident. It could be said that it attracted the attention of the world. Not only within the country, but even outside the country was guessing the identity of the person who killed the Ash Wolf. Finally, someone from the army stood out and told everyone that the killer was a young man who was proficient in ancient martial arts. This was the only authoritative statement. At the very least, it was more reliable than other guesses. It immediately caused a huge sensation. A young man? Many people were instantly encouraged. It turned out that one didn't need decades of martial arts training to have such achievements. People predicted that ancient martial arts were going to flourish. Where can I learn ancient martial arts? The person who killed the Ash Wolf is my goal. From today onwards, I will also refine ancient martial arts. The moment the report came out, countless people were excited and swore to learn ancient martial arts. At this time, Mount Shu Sword Palace and Mount Song Great Woods Temple announced that they were still recruiting disciples, claiming that there would be mysterious ancient techniques to be passed down. Both Mount Shu Sword Palace and Mount Shu Great Woods Temple are indeed good choices. Legend has it that these two places were the holy lands of martial arts in ancient times. It's worth seeking shelter. Although they are of a different species, they didn't harm anyone, especially the white crane from Mount Shu Sword Palace. It even helped us humans before. This was definitely an accident. Ancient martial arts were about to flourish, and Mount Shu Sword Palace were in the limelight because of this. By the time Chu Feng finished reading all the reports, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Suddenly, a piece of news appeared, shocking everyone. The Battle of Mount Kongtong had ended, and a new hegemon had risen. With such an eye-catching title and such flamboyant news, it was impossible for it not to attract attention. In reality, it was indeed a major piece of news. It had successfully rushed out from the overwhelming reports of the Ash Wolf's death and attracted everyone's attention. After Mount Song and Mount Shu, another famous mountain had found an owner and was occupied. A new hegemon was born and defeated all the other forces. Everyone's hearts trembled. They couldn't wait to flip through the reports, wanting to know who it was and which power had risen so successfully. Regrettably, it was still not a human. Many people sighed. Even the joy and excitement from killing the Ash Wolf had been greatly diluted. Mount Kongtong was one of the famous mountains in the world. It had quite a history, and since ancient times, it had been shrouded in myths and legends. It was said that ancient immortals had once lived here, and even the Yellow Emperor had come here to seek enlightenment. In addition, it was said that this was the hometown of Fuxi, one of the birthplaces of humanity. Mount Kongtong definitely had a place among the famous mountains in the world. It had an extraordinary status. But now that it had been occupied, it was still a different species. Very soon, many people cried out in surprise, and then their expressions became strange. That was because this hegemon was somewhat different, making people feel somewhat speechless. This was a mountain tortoise. Whether compared to the elder ape of the Great Woods Temple or the immortal white crane of Mount Shu, it seemed somewhat lacking in foundation. People had never imagined that a mountain tortoise could become a hegemon and defeat all kinds of powerful enemies. Don't look down on it. This mountain tortoise is no ordinary tortoise. Look carefully at this latest report. Not only were the Preaching Research Institute and the Archaic Alliance defeated, even those beast kings couldn't do anything to it. All of them returned in defeat. As expected, the report was very detailed. There was even a picture at the bottom. Compared to the other beast kings, this mountain tortoise's body wasn't that big. It was only a meter or so long, and its entire body was bronze in color. Have you guys looked carefully? The patterns on shell look like the 8 trigrams. Everyone couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. It wasn't just similar, it was practically identical. With the 8 trigrams on its back, this mountain tortoise was truly extraordinary. At this point, the major corporations could no longer hide the truth. Each of them revealed some of the truth, proving that the hegemon of Mount Kongtong was extremely terrifying. In the recent days, fierce battles had taken place around this famed mountain. Many of the battles were fought by the beast kings, but they simply couldn't do anything to the mountain tortoise. It was impervious to weapons and difficult to injure. Even the beast kings, who could tear apart mountains, couldn't leave a single mark on its shell. Its defense was terrifying. Especially towards the end, the mountain tortoise began to counterattack. Its entire body flickered with a bronze radiance, and it was no longer slow and sluggish. It went on a rampage, bombarding several beast kings until they coughed up blood. As for the human experts, they couldn't even break through its defenses. In the end, all parties had no choice but to retreat. Even the most ferocious beast kings couldn't do anything. They were injured one after the other, acknowledging the mountain tortoise's position as the hegemon. This world is too crazy. I can't understand it anymore. An old man sighed, muttering to himself endlessly. This mountain tortoise has lived for at least 1,000 years? Someone guessed. Of course. After accumulating for 1,000 years, it rose to power after the upheavals. Very soon, there was a new report on Mount Kongtong, and a clear video was uploaded to the internet. The mountain tortoise stood upright like a human and carried a pair of forelimbs on its back. Its limbs were relatively long, so it was completely capable of doing so. If one didn't look closely, they would see an old man standing on Mount Kongtong with his hands behind his back. He was about 5 meters tall, and carried a bronze wok on his back. From this day forth, the Kongtong sect is established. The mountain tortoise spoke in the human language. Its voice was extremely aged as it announced this shocking news. Following the Great Woods Temple and the Mount Shu Sword Palace, the Kongtong sect had also appeared. The mountain tortoise didn't speak much, but it contained shocking news. It admitted that it had grasped the ancient Kongtong sect technique and could pass it on to the fated. Humans, beasts, any living creature could enter Mount Kongtong. Chapter 109. Xia Qinyu. Chu Feng was surprised. Why was this girl looking for him? Did she want to keep in touch with him? Chu Feng was not that narcissistic. Last time, he had angered the girl to the point that she was ready to fight him to the death. The girl had big, clear eyes and a schoolgirl's hairstyle. She had a pure beauty to her. She did not look like someone with a complicated mind. It was impossible for her to guess his identity. Jiang Luoshan. Chu Feng guessed that was the daughter of Bodhi Biogenetics who had instigated her. She was a shrewd and powerful person. The phone rang many times before he picked up. He could hear the voice on the other end. I'm so pissed. This pervert is ignoring me. I've called him 4 times already. At this point, she seemed to have realized something and quickly shut up. This time, the call went through. Hey, freeloading girl, what are you waiting for? Chu Feng said. Xia Qinyu wanted to hit someone as soon as she heard the words freeloading. Her face was burning. Last time was too embarrassing. Chu, don't bully me. How did I bully you? Tell me. Don't let your aunt misunderstand again. All right, you should check to see if your aunt is eavesdropping again. I don't want her to complain to my mom. Ah, aunt, why are you really outside? Xia Qinyu was shocked. She quickly pushed her aunt back into the room. Chu Feng, are you free today? Can you come out for a bit? Xia Qinyu whispered, afraid that her aunt would overhear. Chu Feng did not want to go out, so he casually said, Not today. I'm not feeling well. Xia Qinyu was embarrassed and humiliated at the same time. If it weren't for Jiang Luoshan's insistence, she wouldn't have contacted this pervert even if she had to die. She gritted her teeth and decided to try one more time to trick him out. Because Xia Qinyu had thought about it carefully. Jiang Luoshan would not be so infatuated. She was probably going to teach him a lesson. I've thought about it. Last time, Hero Luo and I were in the wrong. We shouldn't have been prejudiced against you. She tried her best to restrain herself and speak against her conscience. Even she herself felt that she couldn't hold it in any longer. Hearing her words, Chu Feng was secretly happy. He knew that she didn't mean it. She just wanted to trick him out. So after hearing the apology, he directly smiled and said, I accept your apology. That's all. I'll hang up first. I'm not feeling well and need to rest. Doo-doo, the busy tone reached Xia Qinyu's ears. Her face immediately turned red. She was really angry. In the end, she went crazy and called Jiang Luoshan. Jiang Luoshan, in order to help you make an appointment, I'm about to die of anger. I apologize for nothing, but the other party accepted it calmly and hung up on me. I'm so embarrassed because of you. You mean he's not feeling well? There's a way. Keep it up. You must make an appointment with him. Jiang Luoshan's voice was strange. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'll never talk to him again. I've never been so shameless in my life. If you like him, go by yourself. Xia Qinyu hung up. She didn't want to contact that person anymore. It was too embarrassing. Hey, what are you talking about? Jiang Luoshan was conflicted. Did she really have to go by herself? However, she really wanted to verify her conjecture. On Chu Feng's side, the communicator rang again. This time, it wasn't a beautiful girl. It was the old man from the Hollow Jade Temple, Lu Tong. I just returned, and you're already asking for help? I haven't even rested yet. Chu Feng was reluctant. But then he walked out of the family area and went straight to the courtyard in the distance. Below the courtyard was the Hollow Jade Temple. This old man is a shrewd monkey. Apart from asking me about the process of killing the ash wolf, he probably wants the 2 wolf fangs I brought back, Chu Feng mumbled to himself. On the way, he contacted Yellow Cattle and inquired about the value of the Wolf King's flesh, bones, and fangs so that he could deal with them later. Yellow Cattle told him that the Beast King's blood could help humans evolve, but there were also side effects, similar to eating mutant fruits. As for the wolf's bones and fangs, they were indeed rare materials for humans at this stage. Chu Feng frowned, but he knew what was going on. He decided to exchange all his rewards for mutant soil. No matter what, he should be able to collect enough to make the snow-white seed in the stone box germinate again. This was the most important thing. Chu Feng longed for a big breakthrough. Hollow Jade Temple. You've done well this time. The Hollow Jade Temple won't be stingy. Apart from giving you the refined royal blood essence, you can also choose some ancient martial arts manuals. Also, the higher-ups have decided to focus on training you. The old man Lu Tong was all smiles. He immediately expressed his goodwill and generosity. Let's talk about something practical, Chu Feng said. Lu Tong glared at him and said, "How is this not practical? How long will it take to refine the royal blood essence?" Chu Feng asked casually. He had already made up his mind to exchange it for mutant soil on the black market. At least a few months, Lu Tong said with a frown. Although he had almost grasped the essence, it would take time to purify it, remove the harmful substances, mix it with other rare minerals, and amplify the medicinal effects. Too slow. Chu Feng shook his head. Actually, I suggest you consume less Beast King blood and mutant fruits. You should focus on other things like pollen, Lu Tong suddenly said. This made Chu Feng's heart skip a beat. Lu Tong also knew about this secret. It was rare for this old man to be so kind to actually warn him like this. Why? Chu Feng pretended not to know. The top experts of the Hollow Jade Temple, Eight Visions Temple, and Roaming Jade Temple once talked about it. Pollen is the most effective in promoting the evolution of the human body. Of course, for the people of this world, they might not be able to experience this kind of side effect in their lifetime. Only a few people who have reached a terrifying realm might be able to feel it. I can see that you have extraordinary potential, so I couldn't help but speak out of turn. I hope you can embark on a stable path in the future. Many thanks. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude solemnly. Those two wolf fangs are useless in your hands. Why don't you hand them over to the laboratories? Chu Feng glanced at him and said, I say, old man, you're really practical. You purposely acted so generously and then told me this so-called secret. In fact, it's all for these two wolf fangs, right? Sigh, you don't know how difficult the situation is right now. Everything is scarce. Lu Tong sighed. How about this? I can give you the wolf fangs, but in exchange, I want some mutant soil. Chu Feng made a request. Lu Tong was surprised and asked, What do you want that for? To grow flowers and grass. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Feng said, Didn't you say that pollen is the rarest and most precious of all? I want to grow some special plants and plant them in my yard. Lu Tong said in a serious tone, Other than wild ones, no one has ever succeeded in growing their own. He said frankly that all the major laboratories had tried, but all of them had failed. Chu Feng insisted, I don't believe in superstitions. I want to collect more mutant soil and plant seeds. Maybe one of them can mutate. Lu Tong put on a troubled face and said, Mutant soil is very rare and very expensive. Although all the major laboratories had failed, they still persevered. There is not much mutant soil in the market that can be traded. Old man, you are obviously trying to lower the price. If we were talking about rarity, can it be rarer than my two wolf fangs? Chu Feng said. Obviously, the two of them were bargaining. How much mutant soil do you want? Lu Tong asked. 100 kilograms. Chu Feng estimated that even if the snow-white seed needed a lot of mutant soil, 100 kilograms should be enough. Lu Tong's hand trembled when he heard that, and the teacup almost fell to the ground. Kid, are you having a fever? 1 mutant soil can mutate a plant. Do you know how much it is? Only the size of a fingernail. He counted with his fingers and said to Chu Feng, 100 kilograms of mutant soil. If I calculate it roughly, it will be at least tens of thousands of mutant soil. Where do you expect me to find it? I can only help you find a few hundred mutant soil at most. Only a little more than a kilogram? That's too little. Chu Feng shook his head. It's not little. Lu Tong wanted to settle the score with him again. Chu Feng said, "Let me settle the score with you as well. Do you know how heavy those wolf fangs are? 100 kilograms in total. You want me to exchange 2 rare Beast King fangs for a kilogram of mutant soil? You can't say that. That's mutant soil, not ordinary soil," Lu Tong argued. "Then I won't trade." Chu Feng stood up. "Wait a minute." Lu Tong hurriedly stopped him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Other than our hollow jade temple, I will go to 8 Visions Temple and roaming aquamarine temple. I will also contact some other laboratories. I think I can help you find 4 kilograms of mutant soil." Chu Feng looked at him, guessing that this was probably Lu Tong's limit. At the same time, he thought about it. The last time the seed germinated, it needed a fist-sized piece of mutant soil. This time, 4 kilograms was already a lot. It should be enough to support its growth, right? Okay, deal. From Chu Feng's point of view, no matter how precious the wolf fangs were, they could not be compared to the seed. As long as it could germinate again, everything would be worth it. At the same time, he added, "But you have to help me make some bracelets and pendants with the wolf fangs. I promised to give them to my parents." "You wastrel." Lu Tong wanted to beat him up. Lu Tong had long since received a report that the 2 fangs were extraordinary and had the ability to regenerate. They were worthy of laboratory research. He turned around and left, but not long after, he came back and told Chu Feng that he had gathered all the mutant soil. Chu Feng took a look and found that it was indeed 4 kilograms. He immediately felt that he had been tricked by the old man. This was not his limit. He would definitely be able to find more. This should only be the hollow jade temple's collection. "Old man, can you find more?" "No, it's all gone." Lu Tong shook his head. Chu Feng discovered that some of the mutant soil in the bag was extremely special. It was about the size of an adult's fist. Just this alone was close to 4 kilograms. He was secretly speechless. These large pieces of mutant soil were definitely the roots of the strange tree. One could imagine how deep the hollow jade temple's resources were. Lu Tong shook his head and said, "Don't make wild guesses. There are so many mutant soil here, but it doesn't mean that all of them belong to us. Some of them were brought back from the Beast King's territory, but only the mutant soil was collected." Chu Feng was relieved. Afterward, he asked Lu Tong about the situation at the pilgrimage grounds. He was very much looking forward to that place. After all, it was a place where every dynasty would go to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Lu Tong shook his head and sighed. The battle was too bitter. It can be said that in the battle for the famed mountains, that place and Mount Kunlun are definitely the 2 most difficult places to fight for. Soon, he revealed a smile and mentioned another matter. He said that the morale of the humans would soon be greatly boosted, not only because Chu Feng had killed the Ash Wolf King, but also because another famed mountain was about to be seized. Who could be so powerful? Chu Feng was astonished. Lu Tong revealed, "That person from the roaming Jade Temple is incomparably courageous. He almost killed a Beast King, effectively intimidating the beast race and gaining the upper hand there. 8 Visions Temple, Hollow Jade Temple, and Roaming Jade Temple respectively represented Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu in the legends." Chu Feng had an odd expression on his face. 3 mutant organizations had actually come up with such a name. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel amazed. That person from the roaming Jade Temple was indeed ferocious. Now that they were about to conquer a famed mountain, it would definitely boost the morale of the humans if they succeeded. Lu Tong said, "That's why you killed the Wolf King. There's no need to worry even if you're exposed. The morale of our side will be greatly boosted. With a deterrent force, those beasts won't dare to be too arrogant." Chu Feng brought the strange soil back home. His heart was filled with excitement. He buried the stone box and the snow-white seed into 4 kilograms of strange soil, waiting for it to germinate once more. The next day, a series of major events occurred. All of them were explosive news. Mount Hua had been conquered by the beast race, and a new overlord had appeared. It was a giant golden bird. Some said it was an evolved golden eagle, while others said it was a rock. That day, it spoke in human language and proclaimed itself the Golden Rock King. establishing a sect on Mount Hua. This matter shook the world. Many people saw its appearance. It was golden in color and had a huge body, just like the legendary rock. It was rumored that the Golden Rock King's battle prowess was astonishing. It had an invincible momentum and swept away all its competitors. The name of the sect that it established was Mount Hua. From that day onwards, Mount Hua sect was established. I am in control of the ancient method, teaching everyone regardless of background. Those who are fated with each other can come and listen to the true meaning of the great Tao. The golden-winged Great Peng King spoke in human language, shocking the world. People realized that whether it was the elder ape of the Great Woods Temple, the white crane of the Sword Palace of Mount Shu, or the mountain tortoise of Mount Kongtong, they were all the same. Very soon, news came from Mount Diansong on the shore of Dali's Arai. A mysterious beast rose up and defeated all the Beast Kings. It occupied Mount Diansong and became the overlord there. That day, it spoke the human language and announced the establishment of the Diansong faction. This was simply explosive news. 5 famed mountains had been occupied by the beast race, and all of them had established their own sections. Dalin Temple, Shushan Sword Palace, Kongtong Sect, Huashan Sect, and Diansong Sect were all founded by mutants. Within the Hollow Jade Temple, Lu Tong was rendered speechless. He had just told Chu Feng that the morale of humanity would be greatly boosted, but such a thing happened on the very next day. On the same day, news came from Kunlun. The Beast Kings there had fought for supremacy for many days and finally reached an agreement. They would rule Kunlun together, and each would occupy a mountain peak. At this point, Kunlun could be considered to have a master, but things were rather complicated there. Everyone was shaken silly. Had the initial power structure been set after the great upheavals? Finally, a piece of good news arrived in the evening, relieving everyone's gloomy mood. Great news! Mount Wudong has been conquered by human experts. It's an expert from the Taiji Fist School who has conquered Mount Wudong. When the news spread, the entire country was shaken. It was said that this was a grandmaster, an elder of the Taiji Fist School. He was over 100 years old, and his fist techniques had reached the acme of perfection. While recuperating in the mountains, this grandmaster had been fortunate enough to eat a miraculous fruit. His lifespan had increased, and he had evolved rapidly, making him look like he was in his 40s. Not only had he grown stronger, but he was also no longer old. The Taiji Grandmaster had conquered Mount Wudong and boosted morale. Evidently, he was not the one from the roaming Jade Palace. This was an accident that exceeded many people's expectations. In the past, he was a true grandmaster of fist techniques. After his evolution, his strength was unimaginable. People discovered that a total of 7 famed mountains had been occupied, vaguely resembling the 7 great sections. Chapter 110. The 7 famed mountains have been occupied, forming a terrifying power structure that shook the entire country. This was too much of a shock to the human race. How long had it been since the upheaval began? Everything was different now. Compared to human society in the past, the world had changed. Times changed. When people looked back one day, what kind of special position would this period of time have in history? Within a day, all sorts of explosive news spread, be it in reality or on the internet. Everyone was boiling over. A golden-winged rock actually appeared in the world and established a sect on Mount Hua. This sounds like a legend. Have I returned to the prehistoric era? The elder ape of the Great Woods Temple, the white crane of the Mount Shu Sword Palace, the mountain tortoise of Mount Kongtong, and the golden-winged rock of Mount Hua are all recruiting disciples. They teach everyone without discrimination. This is truly shocking. This news shook the world. People found it hard to imagine that the beast race had become peerless experts. It was too absurd, but this was the reality. One day, when the birds and beasts of the land possess intelligence not inferior to that of humans, you will have to choose to adapt or seek change. An old biologist sighed. Everyone in every field felt an intense impact. In the following 2 days, no one could calm down. The impact of this incident was simply too great, even if people had already accepted the reality of the upheaval. All living things are equal. May all races live in peace. In the Great Woods Temple, the old ape stood in front of the 1,000-year-old temple with his palms pressed together like a holy monk. This set of photos and videos had already been sent out. There were already humans who had become his disciples. Following that, the white crane of the Mount Shu Sword Palace, the golden-winged rock of Mount Hua, and the mountain tortoise of Kongtong also expressed similar sentiments. Regardless of whether they were sincere or had ulterior motives, at the very least, the territories they ruled were relatively peaceful. This made people yearn for them. The beast kings of other regions were still contending for hegemony. It was rare to find a few pure lands, and it was naturally very attractive. Moreover, these places were recruiting disciples. Those who went there would be able to learn mysterious ancient techniques and gradually become stronger. How could people not be tempted? The mysterious man had killed the Ash Wolf King and stimulated the rise of ancient martial arts. Now that the 7 great sects had appeared, people had a more direct choice. They could join the sect. Chu Feng, where are you? Come over and discuss this. Lunatic, let me tell you, I want to go to Shushan. I yearn to be a sword immortal. Who would have thought that the world would change, and a sword immortal would actually appear? In these 2 days, some people came to Chu Feng one after another. They were childhood friends, high school buddies, and college friends. Even these people could not calm down. Chu Feng was stupefied. Even someone at his side was moved and wanted to go on a long journey. This truly shocked him. Although the people who were looking for him were mainly the activists, it was enough to show how great the impact of this incident was. As for the internet, the discussion was already in full swing. I want to go to Dalan Temple. There is a 1,000-year-old temple there, with ancient scriptures and an unparalleled Vajra Bodhi tree that can make people mutate. In addition, in ancient times, that place was the world's #1 martial arts holy land. Someone posted excitedly. There used to be an ancient temple on Mount Song, which was a secret Buddhist land. Now, there was even an old ape that could recite ancient scriptures and was the first to establish a sect. It was indeed something that many people yearned for. I want to go to Shushan and learn the sword immortal arts. With one sword, I can behead the enemy from 1,000 miles away. Who can compete with me? Treading on a sword and roaming the world. How free and unfettered is that? The popularity of this post was even more astonishing. Sword immortals were the dream of countless people. The temptation was too great for ordinary people. Mount Kongtong is not bad either. A mountain tortoise carries the 8 trigrams on its back. It even said that it has mastered the Kongtong ancient arts. In ancient times, even the Yellow Emperor sought the Tao there. It must be extraordinary. Someone posted such a post, but the popularity of the discussion was not as high. Comparatively speaking, the Kongtong sect, which had become the overlord of the mountain tortoise, was not as attractive as Dalan Temple or Shushan Sword Palace. Mount Hua is the ideal martial arts holy land. Have you heard of the Golden Rock King's incomparable strength? He swept away those beast kings and took down Mount Hua with an invincible momentum. Have you people forgotten about Mount Wudong? That is the only famed mountain occupied by human experts. We must seek refuge there. Some people were distressed and called for people to head to Mount Wudong and enter the Taiji lineage. That was the most suitable place for humans. That's right, we should definitely head to Mount Wudong. Many people responded and posted their support. In reality, those who were close to those famed mountains had already begun to move. There was a huge wave of people seeking disciples. But even more people were envious and helpless. Because the distance was too far, it was impossible to reach there in time. Only the locals could get close to those famed mountains. Within the Hollow Jade Temple, Lu Tong was incomparably excited. He muttered to himself, "We've finally conquered it and forced those beast kings away. This is great." 2 days ago, he had told Chu Feng that the master of the roaming Jade Temple was about to conquer a famed mountain. This would definitely boost the morale of the human race. The day had finally arrived. At noon on this day, the world was once again shocked by an explosive piece of news. The master of the roaming Jade Temple had ascended Mount Wangwu and defeated various beast kings. He almost killed 2 of them on the spot and successfully occupied the famed mountain. This caused a huge commotion. That was because many people had heard that the 8 Visions Temple, the Hollow Jade Temple, and the Roaming Jade Temple were the 3 mutant organizations established by the country. That was equivalent to the 3 great leaders of the myths. Today, the master of the Roaming Jade Temple had decisively taken down Mount Wangwu. How could this not cause a commotion? Even the people from abroad were shocked. Mount Wangwu had a special status. According to ancient records, it was ranked first among the 10 great paradises of Taoism. It was incomparably transcendent. This is a selective attack. People realized that the master of the Roaming Jade Temple must have chosen Mount Wangwu because of its special mythological background. The number 1 paradise under the heavens has actually been conquered. This is great news. The experts of the human race have finally made their move. The master of the Hollow Jade Temple is currently attacking the pilgrimage grounds. Rumor has it that he already has the upper hand and will conquer it sooner or later. Such shocking news was indeed incomparably inspiring and intimidated the mutant races, especially when they thought of the 8 Visions Temple, which would most likely conquer a famed mountain. The people became even more excited. Based on this calculation, if everything went smoothly, the humans would soon be in control of 3 or 4 famed mountains. This was truly a majestic feat on that day. The mutant races all settled down. Even though the Beast Kings were still contending for hegemony, very few of them dared to harass the human race. Previously, many people were apprehensive and worried that the world would be dominated by the rising mutant races. Who would have thought that the situation would change drastically in just 2 days? The humans seemed to have suddenly become so powerful. Similar things were happening in other countries as well. For instance, in the Indian region, an ancient yoga master had evolved and successfully subdued a beast king with unparalleled momentum. He was now overseeing a region, and his might shook the entire region. During these 2 days, Chu Feng had heard too much news. Although his heart was in turmoil, his life was very peaceful. He met up with his childhood friends and high school buddies. They ate and chatted leisurely. Du Huaijin, Yi Qingru, Ouyang Qing, and Chen Luoyan had also returned. During the small gathering, they told Chu Feng 2 pieces of shocking news. Boss, that secret passage really does exist. It's too heaven-defying, the clairvoyant Du Huaijin said. After passing through a certain misty canyon in Europe, one could directly reach Sichuan. The exit was very close to the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. Chu Feng was dumbfounded after hearing this. Such a secret passage connecting the east and the west. It would be great if it was used well. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. For instance, if the rampaging black dragon in the west were to follow the secret passage, the situation would not be good. Recently, those beast kings have no time to massacre the west. They've all gone crazy and are surrounding a certain place, Yi Qingru said, informing him of another important matter. Where? Chu Feng was puzzled. The recent news reports in the West had been talking about how brutal the Black Dragon and the double-headed Hound King were. They kept on killing, and it was difficult to deal with them. Could it be that there was some truth that had not been reported? All the Beast Kings have gathered at the Vatican and surrounded it, several people reported. Chu Feng's expression turned sluggish after hearing this. The origin of this place was indeed big. What exactly was there? There's a sacred medicinal garden. Although it's not that big, the fragrance of medicinal herbs permeates the air and the holy light illuminates everything. It's too terrifying. Even the usually quiet Chen Luoyan exclaimed in admiration. This was the information they had obtained while interrogating the mutants at the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. It's that extraordinary? Chu Feng's heart trembled. Yi Qingru nodded and said, It's even more astonishing than you can imagine. Although the Vatican isn't that big, it's incomparably terrifying. All the Beast Kings have suffered setbacks and failed to invade it. Why? Chu Feng was astonished. Inside that medicinal garden, there are living things growing out of the soil, emitting a holy radiance. It's unimaginable. Chun Luoyan reported. When they first received this information, they felt that it was ridiculous. However, those mutants swore that they were not lying. Everything was true. How astonishing. Can a seed really grow into a living creature? Chu Feng was greatly moved. That very night, Chu Feng was convinced that what they had said was true. That was because Yellow Cattle and the rest had contacted him at Mount Kunlun to confirm this matter. Chu Feng, let's do something big. Do you want to go? Yellow Cattle invited him to help out. Where to? Chu Feng asked. The black yak moved closer to the screen, revealing his white teeth, and said, I have a sworn brother who recently fled to Europe. He's currently besieging the Vatican with a group of comrades. Brat, although you're still weak, if you want to come, I'll count you in. Do you want to go? Let's do something big. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. This black yak was indeed not a benevolent being. What kind of people did he befriend? He was simply too cruel. Unexpectedly, one of his sworn brothers was involved in the Vatican's matter. At the same time, he also understood that the other side was really lacking manpower. Otherwise, why would they call him along? One had to know that he was still not on par with the Beast Kings. Let me tell you, that place is too astonishing. The holy medicinal garden is filled with divine pollen, and its fragrance has enveloped the entire Vatican. Unfortunately, it's blocked by a barrier. If you can really kill your way in, you'll be able to break through immediately and stand on equal footing with the various Beast Kings. Do you know that India's White Elephant King, Mongolia's Silver Wolf King, and a bunch of old fellows from Mount Kunlun have all gone over? If you're late, you won't be able to get anything. Black Boss, I think we should just forget about it. It won't be too late to go after I break through and become an expert of the shackled realm. Chu Feng resisted the temptation. So many old monsters had run over. If he were to go, he would only be cannon fodder. Obviously, the Vatican wasn't easy to break through. Otherwise, why would the Beast Kings call for their friends? They would have long since killed their way in alone. He wasn't optimistic about that place. Furthermore, Chu Feng even tried to persuade them. Yellow Cattle, Black Boss, the decisive battle at the pilgrimage grounds is almost here. Are you guys interested in coming over to help? It's better than risking your life in the Vatican. The black yak inhaled a breath of cold air and said, The pilgrimage grounds is a meat grinder. It's more suitable for humans and not for us. Moreover, it won't be any safer than the Vatican. I'm not going. Finally, Yellow Cattle told Chu Feng that they should go their separate ways. They would go to the west while he would go to the east. If both of them could become Beast Kings, they would go out to sea. To the sea? Yes, some good things are about to appear in the sea. When the time comes, we'll kill our way over and try our luck. After the video call ended, Chu Feng didn't speak for a long time. Too many things had happened in the past few days, and all of them were extremely shocking. This was simply an era of information explosion, and every single thing was sensational. Chu Feng, our movie is about to be released. The name is tentatively set to be Demon Ox the Great Sage. Although there are some competitors, it's nothing to worry about. Zhou Yiqian told Chu Feng that the movie was about to be released to inspire people's fighting spirit. Chu Feng was dumbfounded after hearing this. How did it get approved so quickly? He was thunderstruck until he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. What he feared the most was that this movie would be released. Very soon, someone was looking for him. It was an unfamiliar number. He picked up listlessly and said, "Who is this?" A pleasant voice came from the other end of the communicator. It was Zhang Luoshen, and she wanted to treat him to a meal. Chapter 111. I haven't been feeling well lately, so I'm resting, Chu Feng said. Zhang Luoshen leaned against the back of her chair, her slender, snow-white legs, and scrupulously resting on the solid wood table. The expression on her delicate face froze for a moment. Although she had received the best etiquette education, she was very casual and private. She was even a little rebellious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the national goddess. At first, her family was against it. They didn't want her to show her face in public. Very few people rejected her, especially when she contacted them personally and invited them to dinner. No one had ever rejected her. I have a new type of potion here. Do you want to try it? It's effective against all kinds of diseases and can slowly improve your physique. Jiang Luoshan's voice was calm and soothing. She was making her final attempt to meet Chu Feng as soon as possible to understand the truth. However, she was not as calm as she thought. Her long, snow-white legs almost kicked a potted flower off the table. This was the first time someone had invited her again after being politely rejected. The national goddess was starting to doubt her own charm. The potion won't work. I've contracted a strange disease. Only mutant soil can alleviate the pain. Unfortunately, I've used up almost all the mutant soil I've found, Chu Feng said. Jiang Luoshan was confused. What kind of disease was that? A glint flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she immediately made a judgment. That bastard was lying through his teeth. She said without thinking, "That's too easy. I have some mutant soil here." Chu Feng was just saying it casually. It was a simple test. He didn't expect Jiang Luoshan to be this smart. Chu Feng guessed that this powerful woman was too curious. She wanted to get to the bottom of the matter and find out whether he was the one who killed the ash wolf or not. He agreed. He didn't need to worry about losing anything. "All right, see you in a bit." Jiang Luoshan told him the location and quickly hung up. Then, she hummed a song and ordered the helper to come in. "Find an ice bag and collect some sand. 1/2 kilo, no more and no less." Then, Jiang Luoshan contacted Xia Qinyu and told her that she was going to have a feast and would come out soon. Xia Qinyu was overjoyed. She didn't regard herself as an outsider in the slightest. She stood up at top speed and rushed to the location. Before leaving, Chu Feng couldn't help but take a look at the big pot. There were 4 kilograms of strange soil in it, but the snow-white seeds hadn't germinated after being buried. He knew that the amount of strange soil was still not enough. Will she really bring some strange soil with her? Chu Feng pondered and then shook his head. That woman was too shrewd, and her goal was clear. She wanted to confirm his identity, so it was impossible for her to really give him a big gift. Shuntian at night was like a metropolis that kept up with the times. Row upon row of skyscrapers filled the skyline, giving off a modern atmosphere. However, outside the city in the distance, there were birds of prey that were dozens of meters long, circling in the air. They could be clearly seen in the city. Apart from this, there were also great desolate mountains right next to the giant city. On one side was a primitive land, and on the other side was a modern metropolis. The contrast was too big. That woman. Chu Feng looked up and saw a woman on a large advertising screen. It was Su Wani, the daughter-in-law of the Lin family of celestial biology. Rise of Doomsday, that was the name of the movie. It was a promotion for the movie, and Su Wani was featured in the movie. She looked very charming. Chu Feng hated this woman to the extreme. Not only did she want to deal with him, but she also sent mutants to deal with his parents. If he hadn't returned to Shuntian in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Is she one of the main actors? Chu Feng looked at the movie again and again. Rise of Doomsday was about to be screened, and it was time to promote it. Obviously, this movie had gained the support of some people because it was in line with the current environment, and the movie had to show some inspiring things. "Wow, this sister is so beautiful." Beside him, a little boy shouted. His eyes were shining. "Not good looking. She looks like a vixen." A little girl shouted. "You are right." Chu Feng passed by and patted the little girl's head to show his encouragement. Later on, he saw a lot of posters about Rise of Doomsday. There were a lot of stars in the movie, and the cast was amazing. This made Chu Feng feel very uncomfortable, because Demon Ox the Great Sage was also about to be screened, and he actually had to face this hateful woman. One must know that he had no confidence in Zhou Yitian, and the actors were all non-professionals. Now, it was actually going to be screened at the same time as his enemy's movie. This was too unlucky. Chu Feng felt very guilty. If that woman knew about this, wouldn't she laugh herself to death? "Zhou Yitian, you bastard." On the street, there were no posters of the so-called Demon Ox, the Great Sage. With one look, it was obvious that the promotion was not good enough. Was this what Zhou Etienne meant by not being afraid of his competitors? Look, it's too interesting over there. What's going on? A very special poster has appeared. Chu Feng heard people talking and couldn't help but look not far away. He was shocked on the spot. Usually, posters were of handsome men and beautiful women, and they were very eye-catching. This poster was completely different, and it was very subversive. It was a man with a buzz cut, and his skin was like topaz. He couldn't be considered handsome, and his appearance could only be considered above average. He was pressing down on a wild boar. This guy is too fierce. He wants to go the route of Beauty and the Beast. But who is he? Look at the introduction. There are words below. What introduction? Look at the big screen over there. There's a video. It's too scary, too intense. A series of images appeared on the big screen. A terrifying wild boar had directly smashed an armored car into pieces. Its hooves cracked the ground, and its snow-white tusks picked up corpses, killing many mutants. Did this really happen? People were horrified because there were subtitles below the big screen, and it read, "Live recording of the Battle of Tying Mountains." Too scary. Many people felt a chill run down their spine. This was something that really happened. Finally, the image changed, and a short-haired man on the poster appeared. There was only one shot, and he suddenly turned over and pressed the wild boar under his body. It was a very wild scene. Why do I feel that it's a bit dirty? Someone muttered. I agree. Why did it end with this image? What does it mean? I want to know the follow-up. Look, there's a line of words. People looked at it. It was written that this was a real battle. The young man was one of the 4 mutants at the top of the pyramid, and his name was King Kong. Finally, there was a line of words that read, "Please like King Kong." That day, he killed a lot of mutants. This immediately caused a sensation. Among the 4 mutants at the top of the pyramid, the only one that people were familiar with was Silverwing. Now that King Kong had appeared on the poster, it caused a huge uproar. Quick, go online and see the details. What happened? Everyone on the internet is liking King Kong's pig-riding post. Chu Feng was speechless. Just now, he thought that Demon Bull the Great Sage did not have much publicity, but now he realized that the situation was strange. Vaguely, he felt that there was a conspiracy going on. The posters and the big screen were promoting King Kong, but there was something different on the internet. There were articles about King Kong riding a pig. Could it be that Zhou Etienne had done this on purpose? The world had changed. The popularity of the 4 mutants was terrifying. They were even stronger than the so-called superstars. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were at the top of the pyramid. The appearance of King Kong had caused a huge sensation, especially when a new hot phrase appeared on the internet. King Kong, riding a pig. During the short time he was on the road, Chu Feng found that the number of searches for this hot phrase was terrifying. On the way, many people were talking about it. In the age of the internet, all kinds of information were too advanced. King Kong's picture had spread like wildfire. Along with this heated discussion, the movie Demon Bull the Great Sage, which King Kong had participated in, was also known by many people. I think this movie is very interesting. I must go and watch it. Of course, the mutants at the top of the pyramid are playing in real life. I heard that it was a real battle, and the bloody battle at Mount Taiyang was replayed. I must go and watch it. The so-called 4 mutants were the top of the pyramid. This was something that had been spread on the internet before. Although people already knew that the Grand Master of Tai Chi and the Master of the Azure Palace were stronger, they were still used to calling King Kong and the others by that title. The restaurant was not far from where Chu Feng lived. It only took about 10 minutes to get there. Chu Feng went upstairs, and someone led him to a table. Ah, why is this pervert here? Xia Qinyu screamed. If you slander me again, I promise I will carry you home tonight, Chu Feng said calmly. Luo Shun, you said we were going to have a feast, but you didn't say anything about treating him. Last time we had a deep misunderstanding. Let's have a toast today. Jiang Luoshan smiled. She was wearing a long dress, which accentuated the curves of her slender body. She was known as the national goddess. Her figure and appearance were impeccable. In this regard, even Xia Qinyu, who was her best friend, felt pressured every time she sat with Jiang Luotian. Although Xia Qinyu was pure and charming, she was no match for Jiang Luotian in terms of beauty. Jiang Luotian stood up with a delicate pouch in her hand. It seemed that she wanted to hand it to Chu Feng. She wanted Chu Feng to reach out and take it. She wanted to see if there were any wounds on his hand. It had only been 2 or 3 days, and it was impossible for such a serious injury to heal completely. She had consulted many experts, and all of them agreed that the wound between the thumb and forefinger of the person who killed the ash wolf was too severe. Even if there were no injuries to the muscles or bones, it would still take a few days to recover. It was impossible to not leave a scar after the event. Jiang Luotian put the pouch aside and said in a natural tone, "There's some strange soil inside. Don't forget to take it with you when you leave." She realized that Chu Feng didn't reach out his hand immediately, and she couldn't give it to him right away either. Otherwise, the bag would be full of sand and she would be exposed. Last time, Qinyu's temper wasn't too good. "Now that I think about it, both of us were at fault," Jiang Luotian said. "I didn't." Xia Qinyu was dissatisfied. "Let's forget about last time. Let's get to know each other again." Jiang Luotian smiled. Her red lips were bright and sexy. She reached out her hand, as if she really wanted to get to know Chu Feng from the beginning. In fact, she just wanted to see Chu Feng's hand. Once she saw it clearly, she wouldn't shake his hand. Chu Feng reached out his hand naturally. Jiang Luotian was a little stunned. She had guessed wrong? There was no scar on that hand at all. She wanted to pull her hand back and find an excuse. Chu Feng's hand seemed slow, but he had already grabbed her slender fingers. He said, "Let's forget about last time." Xia Qinyu was surprised. She said directly, "Hey, Luotian, I thought you never let perverts take advantage of you. Why are you shaking hands with him?" She was worried that her best friend would play with fire. Logically speaking, it was impossible. But lately, Jiang Luotian had been asking her to contact Chu Feng. Chu Feng deliberately misled her. "My hand is injured. Even if Miss Xia is worried, I don't feel like I'm taking advantage of you. My fingers are numb." "Really?" Jiang Luotian's eyes revealed a strange look. For the first time, she felt that she was about to reveal the truth. She didn't let go of his hand. She took the opportunity to look at his hand again and again. Nothing. Only now did she notice that Chu Feng's hand was very clear. It was no worse than her own skin. It had nothing to do with an injury. Jiang Luotian quickly let go of his hand. She felt that she was being teased again. Sure enough, she saw the smile on Chu Feng's face quickly disappear. "Mr. Chu, I heard that you and Linoy were university classmates?" Jiang Luotian asked after sitting down. Chu Feng knew that Bodhi Biogenetics had investigated him. They must have found a lot of clues. No wonder she was so curious and wanted to uncover his identity. "Yes." Chu Feng nodded. This meal was very subtle. There was no tension, but it was not harmonious either. "Ah, Luotian, someone is making things up," Xia Qinyu suddenly said. She handed the communicator to Jiang Luotian and asked her to look at the news. Someone on the internet said that it was a photo with the White Snake Ridge in the Taiying Mountains. Jiang Luotian and Angel Ox were standing side by side, smiling like flowers as they talked intimately. There was a caption, "Jiang Luotian and Angel Ox's Untold Story." Please stay tuned. There were many comments below. "What do you mean?" "Oh, I remember it. Wangda Evening News once published this article. The title was The Untold Story of a National Goddess and Angel Ox's Untold Story for 3 days and 2 nights. Now it's possible." Jiang Luotian's face darkened after reading the news. Chapter 112. Xia Qinyu was furious. How could they do this? These people are too evil. "Luotian, you have to sue them for defamation." Chu Feng felt guilty. He was Angel Ox, wasn't he? At the same time, he was cursing Zhou Etian in his heart. How was he going to clean up this mess? He wanted to beat someone up. "Why are you gritting your teeth?" Xia Qinyu glared at him. Chu Feng laughed dryly. I'm fighting for Miss Jiang." "Who did this? How evil. Do they have no morals?" You're so kind? Xia Qianyu was suspicious. Of course, Chu Feng said righteously. Jiang Luotian was rarely framed like this. What did he mean by a story that had to be told? Many people would immediately think of the Wang, the evening news. Sure enough, after a few glances, the topic was changed. Wang, the evening news, jumped out and started to smear Jiang Luotian's name again. Jiang Luotian is having a miscarriage. This time, the newspaper's headline was even scarier. At this time, in the private dining room, no matter how smart and powerful Jiang Luotian was, she was so angry that she almost threw her communicator away. Her nose was straight and her lips were red. Obviously, she was so angry that her breathing became rough. She quickly turned on her communicator and contacted someone. Uncle Lee, why can't Wang, the evening news, be banned? The internet was boiling over. Many people were scolding Wang, the evening news, for being shameless. But there were also people who thought that although Jiang Luotian was not having a miscarriage, there must be something going on between her and Angel Ox. Jiang Luotian was furious. Suddenly, his phone rang. Chu Feng looked down and almost dropped his knife and fork. On the table, the name Zhou Tian was written on the screen. How could he dare to answer? He decisively refused to answer. Moreover, he said as if nothing had happened, there are more and more harassing calls these days. If they're not selling insurance, then they're selling beauties. What are you talking about? Xia Qian was furious. Haven't you received similar harassing calls? Chu Feng looked at her calmly. Xia Qian's tone was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. She glared at him with her big pure eyes and said, "You are indeed a pervert." Jiang Luotian was fuming on the side, ignoring the bickering between the two. It took a long time for her to calm down. Chu Feng exclaimed in admiration, "You are indeed the national goddess. You are magnanimous. If it were me, I would have torn Wang Dewan apart with my own hands." Then he asked suspiciously, "Oh right, what's the background of this newspaper? Why is it always staring at you? Could it be that it was founded by someone called Wangda? Could it be that he pursued you but was rejected?" Chu Feng's curiosity for gossip was burning brightly. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Eat your food, don't talk so much." Xia Qinyu didn't want her best friend to be angered again, because she already had enough things to worry about. Jiang Luotian's ability to maintain her composure was superb. She quickly calmed down and put on a faint smile. She tilted her head to look at Chu Feng and said, "Are you close to Linoy?" "Yes, very good." Chu Feng nodded. He knew that Jiang Luotian's investigation was thorough. There was no point in hiding it. Xia Qianyu was shocked. Her mouth formed in O shape and said, "You really know Linoy? The person who contacted you during the last meal was her?" Chu Feng didn't deny it. He said, "I've already told you, I'm not hiding anything. It's your prejudice that runs too deep." How is this possible?" Xia Qianyu murmured. She was very surprised that Linoy would have a past with this pervert. Jiang Luotian looked at Chu Feng. Her fair and pretty face was glistening. Her eyes were half open, and her charm was astonishing. However, there were waves in her heart. It wasn't as beautiful as it looked on the surface. She was a little suspicious. There were too many suspicious points about this person. So far, from the little clues she had, Chu Feng was not a simple person. Could it be that he was Angel Ox? Such a thought suddenly popped up in her mind, scaring her out of her wits. The main reason was that a series of big events had taken place in the last few days. All of them were explosive news. Bodhi Biogenetics' investigation on Chu Feng was interrupted because of this. Otherwise, she would have been able to deduce more things. Send me all the latest findings. Continue to investigate Chu Feng. During the meal, Jiang Luotian sent a text message to the relevant personnel. The more she looked at Chu Feng, the more suspicious she became. In the end, her expression changed slightly. This was because there were people spreading rumors about her and Angel Ox on the internet. Something about 3 days and 2 nights? Something about a miscarriage? If Angel Ox really was Chu Feng, she would be furious. "Luotian," Xia Qinyu shouted. She quickly sent a text message to her. "Don't play with fire. Don't tell me you think that he has a past with your rival, Linoy, and you want to give it a try? Don't be a love-struck fool." When Jiang Luotian saw the message, she wanted to hit her. She wanted to vomit blood. How could she be so infatuated with him? Xia Qinyu was not convinced. She said, "You're still denying it? Just now, you kept staring at his face. You said he's handsome, but he's so despicable. Do you have to do this? You're Jiang Luotian. You've never done this before." Jiang Luotian came to her senses. She was distracted just now. She was trying to guess Chu Feng's identity and couldn't help but stare at him a few times. But it would be a joke to say that she had any thoughts about him. In fact, she had an urge to find someone to capture Chu Feng and interrogate him. If he really was Angel Ox, she would definitely beat him up. Recently, people had been spreading rumors about her relationship with Angel Ox. However, he had never explained himself. He had never stood up to defend himself. This was too despicable. At the same time, she also thought that if Chu Feng was Angel Ox, then he might really be the one who killed the Ash Wolf. Everything would be connected. Jiang Luotian was shocked at this thought. She was looking forward to the follow-up investigation. She wanted to know his true identity immediately. However, Jiang Luotian behaved very naturally at the dining table. She smiled at Xia Qinyu and said, "Doomsday Rising is about to be released. This is your first film. I wish you all the best in advance." Chu Feng also smiled. "I saw a lot of posters on the way here. Many big names are obviously supporting you. All right, I also saw you on the posters. Congratulations, future superstar." Xia Qinyu was very happy. She was also looking forward to the release of this film. At the same time, she did not forget to attack Chu Feng. "Didn't you say that you're also an actor? When will the film be released?" Chu Feng became listless after hearing this. He was not afraid of fighting against the Ash Wolf, but he was worried that the film would cause all kinds of terrible consequences after it was released. Jiang Luotian also smiled brilliantly. She said, "It won't be the same movie as Qianyu and the others, right? That would be terrible. Doomsday Rising is filled with famous actors and actresses. The lineup of celebrities is luxurious. It can be said that even gods and Buddhas can kill gods and Buddhas." Actually, how could she believe that Chu Feng had really starred in a film? She was just teasing him. However, Chu Feng nodded seriously. He sighed and said, "I met the wrong person. I met a lousy director. I'm so unlucky." Because he felt that there was no point in hiding it. The film was destined to be released, and when the time came, the two would finally see him in person. The two girls laughed in a somewhat presumptuous manner. They did not care about their image at all. They were very happy, and their delicate and beautiful faces were full of smiles. "Can't you two have some sympathy?" Chu Feng was dissatisfied. "You're talking as if you've really starred in a big film, and it's going to be released soon. Xia Qinyu would never believe that this pervert had starred in a film. Why don't you two believe me? Forget it. You'll know when the time comes. Just wait and see." Chu Feng was throwing caution to the wind. Jiang Luotian smiled and asked, "What's the name of the film you're starring in?" I can't tell you yet." Chu Feng felt that if he really told them, he would not be able to leave this place tonight. With Jiang Luotian's sensitivity, she would definitely be able to guess more and fight him to the death. The two girls laughed. They did not believe him at all. But soon they could not laugh anymore. Xia Qinyu cried out in alarm, "Luotian, that guy is making things up again. Oh my God," he said, "please wait and see so soon. He's definitely trying to create explosive news." Hearing this, Jiang Luotian's beautiful face turned pale. She was really scared by that shameless Wang, the evening news. She was afraid that something bad would happen again. She quickly searched for it. It wasn't Wang, the evening news, but the person who broke the news earlier. The title of the article was Jiang Luotian and Her Prince Charming. Although the title wasn't as disgusting as Wang, the evening news, it was still enough to make Jiang Luotian furious. Especially after seeing the pictures and the general content, she really wanted to smash the communicator to pieces. She even wanted to disregard her image and beat Chu Feng up. The background of the picture was the 88th floor of the Clearsky Tower, where the three of them dined last time. In the picture, there was a cool young man wearing sunglasses and a big mask. He was with the two girls. As for the two girls, they were showing their faces in public almost not hiding their identities. The young man was Chu Feng, and the two beauties were Jiang Luotian and Xia Qinyu. The former was like a masked hero. No one could recognize him, but the two girls behind him could be seen clearly. The article was leading the story, saying that the national goddess was willing to sacrifice everything for this man. She didn't even wear sunglasses or a mask to cover herself. She didn't care about being exposed at all. After reading this paragraph, even if Jiang Luotian was smart, she almost went crazy with anger. Her sunglasses and mask had clearly been snatched away, okay? Of course, this was not the main point. The article was obviously talking nonsense, deliberately leading the story. At the end of the article, there was a question. Who was this man? For the national goddess to be so infatuated with him and not hesitate to pursue him, his identity must be extraordinary. As for the comments left behind by the netizens, it was even more terrifying. Oh my God, it's the other way around. Jiang Luotian doesn't need to hide herself, but that man needs to hide his identity. This is too shocking. My goddess, how can you be like this? You're too unreserved. This is Goddess Jiang's Prince Charming? I think he's just SOSO, not even as good as me. Goddess Jiang, your taste is really bad. Jiang Luotian really wanted to kill someone. Her eyes were spitting fire as she stared at Chu Feng. She almost threw all her cutlery at him. It's not my fault. I'm also a victim, Chu Feng complained. He pushed the blame away cleanly. He absolutely could not get involved in this matter. At the very least, he could avoid it as much as possible. At this time, he wanted to find Zhou Yitian and have a real PK. This bastard didn't even discuss it with him before throwing out such fierce news. How hateful. It's all because of you. You're too despicable. All right, don't tell me you're the one who exposed me. Xia Qinyu shouted. How could that be? I'm still here. Besides, I'm not even married yet. If I start a scandal with you guys, how am I going to find a girl I like in the future if my reputation is ruined? I'm also a victim in this matter, do you understand? Chu Feng complained again. Xia Qinyu was furious after hearing this, but she quickly restrained herself because her communicator was ringing. Oh no, it's the director. It must be because of this scandal. Xia Qinyu's heart was beating fast. She was very nervous. After picking up the call, she whispered to Director Zhao. Sure enough, the angry voice from the other side said, Xiao Xia, what's wrong with you? In Doomsday Rising, you appeared as a very pure and innocent girl. That was the highlight of the show, and you had a lot of scenes. You are dragging the whole show down. Xia Qinyu was scared out of her wits. Jiang Luotian was the calmest. She took the communicator and told Director Zhao that it was no big deal. Jiang Luotian acted quickly. She tried to contact someone to delete the post, but found that it was useless this time. Luotian, things are not looking good. There's a problem. Xia Qinyu helped to analyze the situation. These things happen one after another. They're purposely trying to defame you. They're trying to create explosive news. Chu Feng sat upright and still. He didn't dare to express his opinion. He had to remove himself from the situation, even if he was beaten to death. Jiang Luotian was staring at him with murderous eyes. Although she was called a national goddess, she really wanted to beat someone up like a violent woman. Suddenly, Chu Feng's communicator rang again at the dining table. He saw that it was Zhou Yitian again. His face turned green. He quickly hung up and said, These annoying calls are too unscrupulous. Inside a house, Zhou Yitian was suspicious. He said to himself, Brother, I wanted to share my joy with you. What are you busy with? Why aren't you picking up the phone? The publicity is too good. To Chu Feng, there was no joy at all. He was terrified. He was about to be exposed. Chapter 113. Just like the Wangda Evening News, I am not the national goddess. Only these harassing phone calls can cause me trouble. Chu Feng said calmly. He did not forget to poke at Jiang Luotian's sore spot to change the topic. Jiang Luotian's eyelids were twitching. A few black lines appeared on her forehead. She wanted to beat him up. She could not enjoy the dinner anymore. It was too annoying. The news reports on the internet were all about Jiang Luotian. She did not need to eat. Just reading these news reports was enough to make her feel full. The dinner was over. Chu Feng could not wait to leave. He did not want to stay any longer. He was afraid that Zhou Yiqian would contact him again. Why do I feel like you are relieved? Xia Qianyu was suspicious. Jiang Luoshan also turned around and stared at him for a while. I told you I am sick. I want to go home and watch the news. I want to sleep early, Chu Feng answered. The moment Jiang Luoshan heard the word news, she felt uncomfortable. She had been tormented by this word all night. She couldn't help but glare at him. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Xia Qinyu was also dissatisfied. Of course not. Chu Feng turned around and left. However, he stopped after a few steps. He looked at Jiang Luoshan and said, Miss Jiang, did you bring me the strange soil? Sorry, I took the wrong one. Jiang Luoshan put away the delicate pouch. All right, forget it then. However, to be able to have dinner with Miss Jiang, it was truly a pleasant evening. Goodbye. Chu Feng smiled and waved. What's so pleasant about it? This guy is definitely trying to provoke us. We are going crazy tonight. Xiao Qinyu looked at his back and said angrily, What a bad night. Luoshan, you are being slandered so badly. Jiang Luoshan was also staring at Chu Feng's back. She was doubtful. Was he really Angel Ox? If he was, then it was even worse. As soon as he got home, Chu Feng called Zhou Yiqian. Before he could say anything, Zhou Yiqian had already started to talk to him. Brother, I thought you had lost contact. I've been looking for you, wanting to share my joy with you. Everything went smoothly tonight. What joy! That's terror, all right? I'm warning you. Don't make the entire world my enemy. Otherwise, I'll definitely throw you into the White Snake Ridge. Hey, brother, this is your fault. This was a painful call. No matter how much Chu Feng tried to persuade him, Zhou Yiqian was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. All right, I'll pay attention to propriety later. In the end, Zhou Yiqian could only compromise to this point. Chu Feng was quite astonished. Through their conversation, he understood that the relevant departments were strongly supporting Zhou Yiqian. They believed that this was a documentary that recreated the Great Battle of White Snake Ridge and provided various conveniences. Early in the morning, Chu Feng woke up. Bathing in the morning glow, he practiced the special breathing technique. He found that he was improving every day. His physique was constantly improving and becoming stronger, which made him happy. On this morning, the others were bound to be in a bad mood. King Kong got up early to practice. He had been getting stronger and stronger these days. If he could find a suitable mutant fruit, he would be able to contend with the Beast King sooner or later. He was in a terrible mood during breakfast. He had finally seen the news. What was going on? Had he become famous overnight? Everywhere, many people were giving him likes. No, they were giving likes for the words King Kong riding a pig. King Kong almost smashed the dining table when he saw those words. This was too shameful. Who did this? He looked carefully and found that on the trending words list, he was all-powerful and arrogant. The only person who could compete with him was Jiang Luoshan. The words King Kong riding a pig were too eye-catching and valiant. I'm so angry. In the end, the dining table caved in with a bang. Similarly, Jiang Luoshan was in a terrible mood this morning. Her beautiful face was gloomy, and she wanted to slap the informant to death. Now, the news about her was overwhelming. She had really become the queen of the rankings. The most frightening thing was that there were several trending words about her, such as Goddess Zhang's incident, 3 days and 2 nights. It could be said that she now looked down on the world and was the only one who could fight against her. Only King Kong and his son were mediocre. Jiang Luoshan screamed in anger. This was too hateful. She had never encountered such trouble before. On this day, there was no peace everywhere. Many people were talking about it. This was the best topic of conversation after a meal. This is so interesting. I didn't know King Kong was so powerful. I'm looking forward to Demon Ox the Great Sage. I must go and watch it when the time comes. The real battle at Tying Mountain is reproduced. It is indeed very attractive. I also want to see how terrifying that white snake is. Haha, poor King Kong and Goddess Jiang. They are so unlucky. Who is the man behind Jiang Luoshan? Rumor has it that he might be the main actor of Demon Ox, the Great Sage. All kinds of discussions were happening everywhere. While the two were being discussed, Demon Ox the Great Sage also started to become popular. Soon, Doomsday Rising felt the pressure, and the publicity began to intensify. At the same time, they imitated and came up with all kinds of gimmicks to attract more attention. After all, their lineup was too luxurious. However, the popularity of Doomsday Rising could not directly crush Demon Ox the Great Sage. Although the latter was an unorthodox production, its lineup was not weak. On the same day, all kinds of promotional pictures of Demon Ox the Great Sage were released on the internet. There were Silverwing, King Kong, Jiang Luoshun, Linoi, White Tiger's sister Lu Shurian, and most important thing was that there were thousands of mutants. It was not special effects, but a real battle between mutants. These pictures that Zhou Etian threw out had an explosive power, causing a sensation. Oh my god, Silverwing is so handsome. Ah, Jiang Luoshun is also going to appear in Demon Ox the Great Sage. No way. The girl who caused such a sensation with only a side shot is also going to appear in this movie. She is the Miss of Celestial Biology. Oh my god, this is too amazing. Thousands of mutants. This is a real big scene, much more real than the so-called Doomsday Rising. I must support it. Zhou Etian's big move had caused a sensation on the internet. It could be said that after these pictures were released, the internet was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about it. At the crucial moment, Zhou Etian even threw out a blurred picture of a white snake. The terrifying body of the snake was huge and snow-white, hidden in the white mist. It was too shocking. The only selling point of Zhou Etian's explanation was that the battle was real. Everything was real, and it was not just some cheap special effects. This naturally caused a huge sensation, and many people were looking forward to it. The original cast of Doomsday Rising was under pressure. From the director to the actors to the producers, everyone's faces sank. They had actually been obstructed by a strong competitor. Didn't they say that their equipment was poor and that they only took some blurry pictures? Why is this not the case at all? Quick, contact the relevant people and think of a way to stop them. From this day onwards, the two blockbusters clashed. The intensity of the publicity was terrifying, and from time to time, there would be all kinds of tricks. These days, Demon Ox the Great Sage had indeed been obstructed, but every time there was a crisis, Zhou Etian would throw out some heavy bombs. It was like a king's bomb, sweeping over everything in its path. For example, this time, the original cast of Doomsday Rising was a guest on a very popular variety show, just to promote the show. All kinds of explosive news were released to attract more attention. Zhou Etian's response was simple and crude. He put up another set of pictures. Among them, there was a picture of Angel Ox using a bow and arrow to destroy an armed helicopter, and a shocking picture of him facing off against Silverwing. He made a special note that everything was real. Is this for real? He can destroy a helicopter with a bow and arrow? This man is too valiant. Angel Ox is really brave. War blockbusters, fantasy blockbusters, mythical blockbusters, everything is in the hands of Demon Ox the Great Sage. This caused a huge uproar. Zhou Etian emphasized that these were all real battles, and not some cheap special effects. The original cast of Doomsday Rising was furious. This was because Zhou Etian always said cheap special effects. Comparing the two, the lethality was indeed too great. Very soon, the people of Doomsday Rising began to fight back. However, Zhou Etian had successfully aroused people's expectations. Many people automatically defended him. Demon Ox the Great Sage doesn't rely on big-name celebrities. This is a truly spectacular and terrifying battle that happened in real life. It can be said to be peerless and surpass all others. That's why I haven't revealed the true identity of the male lead of the show. However, it's hard to refuse such great kindness. Since everyone wants to see it, I'll show it to you. Zhou Etian posted another picture. It was very eye-catching. It was obviously a killing machine, and the impact it caused was extremely long. In the picture, A man wearing sunglasses and a mask was holding Jiang Luotian captive. As soon as this picture was posted, the internet exploded. The lethality of this picture was boundless. Isn't this the mysterious man who had dinner with Jiang Luotian? Oh my God, he's the main lead of Demon Ox the Great Sage? This man must have an extraordinary background. To be able to make Jiang Luotian fall in love with him, he must be extraordinary. The internet was boiling. Jiang Luotian's lungs were aching. She had never thought that this picture would be circulated. This was too despicable. This was a picture taken by one of Chu Feng's friends when she was fighting him. At this time, the clairaudient Ouyang Qing was bragging to others. This was his credit, and he had sent it to Zhou Etian. Jiang Luotian was furious. At the same time, she thought of many things. That bastard really is the main lead in a movie. At this time, she suddenly realized that the movie was Demon Ox the Great Sage. Jiang Luotian was furious. She felt that she had been deceived from beginning to end. That Chu Feng was too hateful. She immediately dialed Chu Feng's number and said, "Surname Chu? You're really good at acting. You've been lying to us all this time." "What did I lie to you? I've always said that I'm in a movie. It's you guys who don't believe me," Chu Feng said. Jiang Luotian lost her temper and quickly hung up. She thought about it and realized that it was true. That bastard had always said that he was the main lead, but she and Xia Qinyu did not believe him. "Don't tell me you're Angel Ox." As soon as she put down the number, she suddenly thought of his identity. She clenched her teeth. This identity was even more hateful. He had been pestering her all this time. Xia Qinyu was also stunned. That pervert really was in a movie? He wasn't lying? More importantly, he was fiercely competing with her in the movie. They had become rivals. Demon Ox the Great Sage, you liar. Xia Qinyu was speechless. Time passed day by day. The two blockbuster movies were about to be released. Both sides had used all kinds of methods. Fortunately, the relevant departments were supporting Zhou Etian. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Recently, Linoy had also read these reports. She was speechless. Even she was being used. She was going to be in Demon Ox the Great Sage. That was ridiculous. Naturally, Vajra and Silverwing were also in a state of shock. As for Jiang Luotian, she was prepared to use legal means to sue the crew of Demon Ox the Great Sage. This was because she had never participated in the so-called Demon Ox the Great Sage. Forcefully dragging her into the movie was tantamount to infringement of rights. Especially when she remembered that Chu Feng was actually the main actor, she could not let go of this matter. She was extremely angry. However, her assistant told her that the relevant departments had sent a letter to her, hoping that she could understand. If she wanted to appear in a movie, it would be fine, but she had to support the movie. This kind of support from the relevant departments of the country could be considered unprecedented. Jiang Luotian was dumbfounded. "Oh my God, I was forced to appear in this movie with that bastard." Jiang Luotian could already guess how big of a storm this would cause. She was going to dominate the hot search list again. Recently, Chu Feng had been very low-key. He did not want to show his face because he had been tormented by the movie. He was in the eye of the storm. It was not hard to imagine what would happen if he was recognized after the movie was released. Finally, the day was approaching. The two movies were going to be released the next day. At this critical moment, there would naturally be all kinds of shocking news. Needless to say, the cast of Doomsday Rises was too strong. Zhou Etian did not hesitate and threw out shocking stills. It was a big black yak that could speak human language. In addition, the real body of the white snake appeared. Don't think that this is just some cheap special effects. This is all real. Do you know who this big black yak is? The legendary bull demon. Zhou Etian solemnly vowed and told the public that it was the bull demon. When this news was released, it was impossible not to cause a huge uproar. Moreover, on this day, Zhou Etian gave a spoiler, saying, although the story of Demon Ox the Great Sage isn't the story of the Demon Ox King, it still has an important plot. It's a love story that can be sung and moved to tears. The Demon Ox King traveled tens of thousands of miles from the Blazing Mountain to the White Snake Ridge just to see the White Snake Fairy, whom he had secretly loved for 1,000 years. After this killer weapon was released, not only did the internet explode, but Mount Kunlun was also in an uproar. A group of big demons in Mount Kunlun were infected by the yellow cattle. Each of them had a communicator and often paid attention to human society. Now, they immediately knew about this matter. Not bad, old yak. The big black yak wants to pursue the white fairy? So fierce. After hearing these words, the big black yak, who had yet to leave for the Vatican, was about to explode. What kind of situation was this? He quickly went online to find out more. Chapter 114. Yellow Ox was quite mischievous. He decisively took a photo of the black yak and uploaded it to the Embarrassing Photos website to share his joy. Chu Feng received the notice and went to watch the video. He was first in a daze and then burst into laughter. Seeing the black yak in such a state was truly a pleasure. Black boss, there's nothing to be angry about. A real man should have the courage to pursue. Chu Feng consoled the yak from thousands of miles away. Brat, go away. I don't want to see you. The black yak roared. Even through the communicator, one could feel the Kunlun mountains trembling. Chu Feng was quite happy and happily ended the call. Moreover, he immediately informed Zhou Etienne. Zhou Etienne did not disappoint. After discovering the video on the internet, he held a grand press conference. At the conference, he directly released the video of the bull demon roaring at Mount Kunlun. Immediately, it caused an uproar and all the media were mobilized. That was a beast king, after all. Any news related to them would be reported at the first possible moment. It was impossible for it not to cause a sensation. This was supposed to be a very serious topic, but after watching the video, no one was afraid of the beast king. Seeing the bull demon roaring again and again, the people were quite happy. Moreover, no one sympathized with Zhou Etienne at all. They all laughed. This film is definitely a masterpiece. Zhou Etienne is really a talent. He's already interacting with the Beast King even before the screening. But he better not be skinned alive by that old bull. We must go watch it. I have a feeling that the bull demon will also watch this film. After the screening, there will definitely be more interesting interactions. That's right. Let's quickly book the tickets and go support tomorrow. It could be said that the bull demon's roar had become the best promotional material for this film. The video went viral everywhere and even reached overseas. The original cast of Doomsday Rising was under pressure. They were all dumbfounded. Where are they going to find Beast Kings? Interacting with them? Don't even think about it. This night was not peaceful at all. Even the relevant departments were alarmed. They went to talk to Zhou Etienne and told him to be quiet. Although they supported him greatly, they told him not to provoke the Beast King again. With a guilty conscience, Zhou Etienne quickly patted his chest and promised that he wouldn't do it again. In fact, he knew his limits. Although he had provoked the black yak, he did not dare to offend the white snake to the extreme. He even addressed her as a fairy. The next day, the premieres of the two blockbusters were held. Doomsday Rising naturally had an advantage. Big-name celebrities were gathered here, and it was a feast for the eyes. Heavenly kings, heavenly queens, A-listers, S-listers, they were all gathered in one place, interacting with the audience, and it was extremely lively. In comparison, the premiere of Demon Bull the Great Sage was very quiet. Not to mention those popular celebrities, even the lead actor, Chu Feng, didn't attend. He ran away. How could he dare to show himself? He was currently at the cusp of a storm. Who knew how many people were staring at him, waiting for him to show himself? The premiere of Doomsday Rising appeared in a crushing manner. The cast of extravagant celebrities shocked everyone. The show's investors had too many connections, and they had invited many important people. They were full of confidence. During the premiere, they announced to the public that they would break all records and create a box office miracle. No one would be able to stop them. Among them, there was even a celebrity with a disdainful expression. Although he didn't mention any names, everyone knew who he was talking about. He was criticizing some films for being shoddy and not having professional actors. What else could they hope for? He was very arrogant. He said that the box office was everything, and those unorthodox films were only the beginning. They were temporarily popular and would eventually meet their Waterloo. In comparison, Demon Bull the Great Sage was too shabby. They didn't invite a single celebrity. Jiang Luoshan, Linoy, Vajra, and the other from the stills were not present. There were only a few actors present. After arriving, Yi Qingru and Chen Luoyan saw that the situation wasn't right and decisively ran away. Only the clairvoyant Du Huaijin and clairaudient Ouyang Qing were very happy. They frequently interacted with the audience and satisfied their celebrity cravings. We don't invite celebrities, we only invite the audience. We'll leave the truly invincible blockbusters to the audience. We'll use the box office miracle to shut some people up. These were Zhou Yitian's bold words because he had no other choice. He simply couldn't invite any celebrities. After the premiere ended, the two blockbusters officially began their public screening. On this day, all the major movie theaters were packed with people. It had never been so crowded before. There were people everywhere, and it was hard to squeeze in. Not to mention other things, even the popcorn was sold out. Tickets were now hard to come by. Ticket scalpers outside the theaters were holding back at the last minute to raise the price to a sky-high price. There had never been such a grand occasion. The media's evaluation was crazy. There were people who interviewed the audience to understand why it was so popular. Apart from the two blockbusters fitting in with the current environment, there were other reasons. Many of those who liked Doomsday Rising were fanatics. There were too many big stars in the movie that they liked. As for those who wanted to watch Demon Bull the Great Sage, it was mainly for novelty. It was too different. There were real mutant battles and terrifying beast kings. This was unimaginable in the past. At the same time, it was different because some of the actors were stolen. For example, Jiang Luoshan, Vajra, Silver Wing, and Linoy. I want to see the romance between the Bull Demon and the White Snake Fairy. Haha. On Mount Kunlun, the Black Yak was also paying close attention. When he saw so many people giving such reasons, he almost threw his communicator away. Moo, I'm so angry. Then, he grabbed the yellow cattle and gave him a good beating. Little bastard, how dare you take pictures of me in secret? Put it on the internet. I'll beat you to death. Yellow Cattle was anxious and threatened. If he dared to touch him again, he would ask Shu Feng to release more information and make Demon Bull the Passion Sage famous all over the world. The Black Yak was so angry that he could only glare. There was another reason why people wanted to watch Demon Bull the Great Sage. They wanted to see who the main character was. That was because there were rumors these days that the main character had a close relationship with Jiang Luoshan. It was too ambiguous. I want to know who that guy is. He's so secretive. This time, he's going to be exposed. That's right, I also want to know who he is. A group of people wanted to know the identity of Demon Bull, the Great Sage. Oh God, Luoshan, you're going to watch Demon Bull, the Great Sage, instead of my Doomsday Rising. I'm so sad. Xia Qinyu was dissatisfied. I want to see how they're going to plot against me, so I can prepare myself. Jiang Luoshan was speaking from the bottom of her heart. She was too worried that she would be swept into the eye of the storm. At the same time, in Jiangning, Linoy also walked into the cinema to watch Demon Bull, the Great Sage. There were some things she wanted to find answers to in this movie. Son, you're the main character. Why don't you watch your own movie? Wang Jing asked Chu Feng to go with her. Chu Feng shook his head. He wouldn't go even if he was beaten to death. In the end, Wang Jing dragged Chu Ziyuan to the cinema and said, I want to contribute to my son's box office record. The public screening began. The two blockbusters were all sold out. At this time, Chu Feng quickly turned off his communicator. He was afraid that there would be too many calls and his phone would explode. Then, he ran away. This was because he felt that it was not safe to stay at home. It was better to go hunting outside the city. Out of sight, out of mind. Recently, he often left the city and entered the primordial mountains. Every time he came back, he would bring back a variety of fruits and game to improve the food at home. Chu Feng decided to go a little further this time. He had already left a note at home. It was not a big deal to stay in the wilderness for 2 or 3 days. On the outskirts of Shuntian, There were not many beasts around the villages and towns. Most of them lived in the mountains. Nowadays, there are almost no people in the remote villages. Most of them had moved to the cities and towns where transportation was more convenient. This way, it would be easier for the army to protect them. Even the reconstruction of the residential areas was under discussion. It was very likely that the population would be further concentrated. Relatively speaking, the area around Shuntian was relatively peaceful. As long as one didn't venture into the depths of the mysterious primordial mountains, one wouldn't encounter any particularly terrifying monsters. Suddenly, Chu Feng stretched out his hand and caught a snow-white flower in the forest. It floated down from the sky. Chu Feng raised his head and looked into the distance. He focused his gaze and saw a huge tree. It was hundreds of meters tall. Even the small mountains nearby couldn't block its path. Chu Feng advanced cautiously. After seeing this huge tree, he recalled the scene during the first phase of the world's transformation. He had once seen an ancient ginkgo tree on the train. It was taller than a mountain and was dancing amidst the lightning. He had also seen a vine that reached the heavens. It was suspended in the sky and pulled down an artificial satellite, causing it to fall onto the train. At the beginning of the transformation, many mysterious plants had appeared in outer space and seriously affected satellite communications. Afterwards, Chu Feng found out that the various countries were very nervous. They used countless rockets to shoot into outer space to destroy those strange plants. At the same time, some of the strange plants on the ground had also become targets of attack. Later on, they disappeared. Chu Feng had also investigated these matters after arriving at the Hollow Jade Temple. At that time, old man Lu Tong solemnly told him that those plants might be more dangerous. That was why they had been eliminated in advance. In the post-civilization era, many mysterious changes had taken place. The country understood many things. That was why they acted decisively during the early stages of the crisis. Both the East and the West were the same. Lu Tong told Chu Feng that after that battle, the various countries' rockets and missiles had almost been used up. Fortunately, they had made good use of the time and quickly replenished a batch. Chu Feng's expression was solemn. These giant plants had appeared again. He went around the small mountain and approached the tree. It was a Chinese scholar tree. It was incomparably thick and at least 500 meters tall. Clusters of translucent, snow-white locust flowers fluttered in the air like heavy snowflakes. There was a faint floral fragrance, but Chu Feng was sure that it wasn't a catalyst for evolution. He stood not far from the tree. His body didn't show any signs of evolution. At the same time, he sensed a faint will within the tree. It didn't seem like an ordinary plant, but more like a sentient being. Chu Feng's divine instinct wasn't strong in the past. That was why he hadn't experienced the terror of the giant vine that had pulled down the satellite. But now, things were different. Now that he was an expert, his divine instinct was astonishing. He could sense the extraordinary nature of this locust tree. This world is still changing. I can't see through it at all. It's shrouded in mystery. Chu Feng sighed. The changes in the world were extremely strange and mysterious. He still couldn't reach the truth. There were too many mysteries surrounding it. Unfortunately, although the locust tree was extraordinary, its pollen couldn't help Chu Feng evolve. It was also ineffective against the other beasts in the vicinity. Chu Feng left and began a long and arduous journey. He scoured the surrounding areas of Shuntian, but fortunately, he only found that ancient pagoda tree. The other plants were still normal. Chu Feng walked further and further away. With his astonishing physique, he didn't feel tired at all. By evening, he was already 800 kilometers away from Shuntian. The glow of the setting sun dyed the mountain forest red. This area was very quiet. The roars of wild beasts couldn't be heard, and no birds of prey could be seen flying in the sky. Chu Feng bathed in the setting sun and traversed the forest alone. He wanted to find a place to rest and eat. Phew! All of a sudden, he heard a strange sound. It was still far away, but it was captured by his extraordinary sense of hearing. It sounds like breathing. But how can a living being breathe so heavily? Chu Feng was bewildered. He cautiously approached the source of the sound. After walking for a few kilometers, he saw a strange scene in the mountainous region. There was an abandoned mine in the mountains. From time to time, it would gush out silver light and emit a sound like heavy breathing. Chu Feng was shocked. He also saw a strange tree. It wasn't very thick, but it was very vigorous. Its bark was cracked open like an old dragon hibernating there. This tree was rooted at the edge of the abandoned mine. It was about 3 meters tall, and its leaves were faint purple in color. A mutant tree that can evolve living beings. Chu Feng was sure that this was a mysterious mutant tree. It was actually so tall that it far surpassed the 1-meter-tall trees in the past. Is this a silver mine? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.